Good morning, Mr. Witness.
Good morning.
We want to thank you for being kind enough to accept to come this morning in continuation of the hearings from yesterday. So we pick up from where we ended with commissioners continue with questions.
Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Witness.
Good morning, madam.
And thank you so much for the patience to come this morning once again. I also want to say thank you for the knowledge you imparted yesterday. Your presentation goes a long way into helping us realize our mandate. And so we say a big thank you to you. I have a few questions. They will not need long answers. So that we don't stay too long and then my other colleagues can go ahead and ask their question. The first one surrounds something you said in your presentation about going to Ghana.
Yes.
And meeting with Charles Taylor or so.
Yes.
And you said during that time he asked family to come and meet him from Paris in Ghana.
He asked family that he wanted to come to Freetown to family. So family said, no, I'm going to Ghana.
So he
So meet me in Ghana.
Okay, so he met him in Ghana.
Yes.
My question is, how long was he in Ghana, family? How long was he there?
Probably,
and how long was his interaction with Charles Taylor?
Well, it was early 1986. We arrived late December. I arrived late December there. When I got there, family was already there. All the people I named yesterday, Tom Kamara, Jimmy Fomoyan, Charles Taylor, Agnes Reeves, were living at the Star Hotel in Ghana. But except Taylor, family, the rest of them were the guests of the Ghanaian government. You know, I did not know how long they had stayed when I got there. However, we all stayed there for about a month. And then Kojo Chikata provided a guest house for some of us to leave the hotel and stay because we could not come back to Ghana.
Okay.
You know, because Ghana has had a long history of taking in people who were struggling, like Liberia. We brought Mandela, the South Africans here. Ghana had Rabo Mugabe, he even got married there. So it's part of their tradition as a center of probity, you know, to always welcome those who have been persecuted or who are on the run for their lives. So we went there and Chikata took us in. But Taylor was not the guest of the Ghanaian government. I don't think so. They didn't know him then. But he was a friend of family, well, he called family. I don't know how friendly they were. I was friendly with Agnes from LU. So, but shortly after I arrived, about a month or so, somebody who was working with NSA, Abayomi Kanga, he was one of these NSA operatives, went to Accra and stayed at a hotel in Osu. And Taylor went to see him. I don't know what they discussed, but whatever they discussed, Taylor got arrested by Kojo Chikata, who was then taking care of the national security of Ghana, at the time a member of the PNDC. When Taylor got arrested and jailed, Kanga also got arrested and jailed. You know, and then Taylor, I forgot about Taylor for a little while because I moved to another place and I was trying to content myself with how to start my life all over again. Excuse me. Let me just... So I didn't really bother with the rest of his story. But I know that he went to jail and lasted 6 months at Usher for prison.
Okay.
Yes. But the rumors I heard was that he was talking a lot about how he wanted to come and even overthrow the government, and talking to all kinds of people whose perhaps background he didn't know. And the Ghanaian security might have seen him have some kind of security risk. That was the Rawlings regime at the time.
Okay. So when you arrived there, you said you met family in the country.
In the hotel, yes.
And he stayed there for a month and then left.
And then they gave us a guest house. The family left and went back to England, I think.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. My second question is on the Kwampa invasion. You said after you people got to town,
Yes,
he left you and went to the barracks.
He went to the barracks, yes.
And when you met him at the barracks, he was talking to General Duba. Is it General Duba?
You were having a conversation with Duba and some other members of the AFL staff, whose names I don't remember.
Oh, okay.
Yes, but I know Duba was in the midst.
Was it that Duba was a part of his plan?
No.
Or was it that he just met him?
Duba was partially under arrest to me.
Under arrest.
But somebody brought Duba to the barracks, who assured him that Kumba is not going to hurt you.
Oh, okay.
So let's go to the barracks to meet him. Okay. And Duba went to the barracks. Okay. But when I got in the barracks, he and Kumba was talking, and I thought Kumba was too vulnerable to be in there. The coup had not consolidated, and he was talking to these guys as if they were still running the same organization.
Okay. Then you said when Taylor succeed, that's one of your statements to someone who came to encourage you to join Taylor to come to Liberia. When Taylor succeed, don't give me a job.
Yes.
My question is, at that time, the mind frame of most of the people who wanted to be a part of the fighting force to come to Liberia, what was the main reason? Was it for a job? Or was it for any other thing? Or were they promising people jobs that made you to make that comment?
No. I was just saying, job was the only thing that came to mind, because I was already angry when I told Dibon that anyone who is part of a group that will threaten to eat up members of a tribe from my country, I can't be part of you because of my political training. I'm a Pan-Africanist in the tradition of Kwame Nkrumah. I'm sorry, my voice is not very good today. So I cannot see myself hurting or harming another black person, or another person for that matter, because of their race or color or tribe. If I must come against you, it must be because of something you have done or because of political reasons. So if you go beyond the political and tribalize your fight, then your fight is no longer legitimate because it is retributive. You are trying to exert vengeance. You have lost essence of the political struggle, and you now want to punish a particular people, and you can never find the light at the end of the tunnel, because no matter how much you try to go after the Congos or the crowns, you will never finish all the fish from the river. And so you are distracted, and you lose sight of your main objective, which is political. That whoever you were coming for, if it were Doe, you come to Monrovia, knock Doe out, all of us will clap for you. You know you are the president. The next day we're not going to come and say, but you can't go in villages killing innocent people who have nothing to do with your power, and I join you to be part of that. I was not prepared to eat anybody. And that's why in my anger, I told Yebe Dibon, when you people get to Monrovia and succeed, don't call me there, don't give me a job. I don't want to be part of you because of the ideology and philosophy that you are preaching. It has a tendency to prolong the suffering of the Liberian people and complicate things.
So from the very onset of the establishment of the MPFL, the plan was to come and do those things to innocent people from the very onset.
Very onset, they had a ritual. It wasn't everybody that joined the MPFL who had that kind of motive.
Okay.
But you have to understand the background against which Taylor recruited most of the MPFL members from Nimba. These people were also maltreated after the failure of the Coup. People were killed. During the Nimba raid, Charles Julu, when his children were shot by Sam Doki and others, in his anger, he inflicted, for example, he admitted to us, Charles Julu admitted to us in Guinea, that he told Samuel Doe he was going to kill DK Wanselier, and he killed him. So, tribalism does not pay. And I'm sure Charles Julu himself was provoked, but he overreacted. And to the extent that Penu left from Grand Jide and went through Nimba County, burning every village in his way and shooting up people, when Doe told him to fly to Monrovia, he didn't do that. He wanted to punish whoever did the Nimba raid, but he took his punishment out on the wrong innocent people of Nimba. And these people were angry. And when Taylor recruited some of them and took them to this place, they were angry. And so they thought that their problem was the Crowns were killing them and the Mandingos joined the Crowns. So they were coming back to punish those two tribes. And I didn't want to be part of that. If they were coming back to get at Doe and get rid of Doe, as president of the country who has gone wrong and we needed to, I would have considered joining them. But to the extent that they wanted to kill innocent Crown people, and myself, I come from a tribe that derived from the Crown. I'm Sapo. We the Sapo people are in the middle of all of the hostile southeastern tribes. To our south are the Crews. To the north, the Crowns. To our west, the Bassas. And to our east, the Grebos. And in order for that tribe to survive in the middle of these hostile tribes, we have to be good warriors and diplomats at the same time, because our people have talked other people out of fighting them instead of fighting. In fact, our people, the Sapo people, signed a pact with the Crown and Bassa not to ever see each other's blood. So the day, even though King was said, his own mother told him that you have killed your Dodi and it is bad luck for you. We are not supposed to see each other's blood by tradition. So coming to take the lives of innocent Crown people or Mandingo people, I didn't want to be a part of it. If there were one Crown man or one Congo man or one Mandingo man or one Sapo man who was doing something wrong, all of us should collectively, deal with that person. And that's where I am in my political advancement.
Okay. Coming to the coup, the 1980 coup.
Yes, ma'am.
Before it took place, you went to visit Podia,
yes.
Who you knew.
Yes.
And then he mentioned that there was going to be a coup in Liberia.
Yes.
Did he tell you anything much about the coup?
Nothing
How
else.
it would have been implemented, who was supporting it?
No.
Or he just mentioned it?
He just said, my pikin, and you been selling power paper and moja paper? I said, yeah. He said, the people you have been fighting, we will bring them down in 1 week's time. And I didn't consider it to be any serious threat because I could not imagine how they were going to do it. But he was a soldier, so he knew better what plans he had. I didn't probe him any further, because it didn't mean much to me. I thought it was a bluff.
It was something
right. Until I heard the firing that night I woke up and I said, oh, this boy was saying the truth.
Okay. After the coup took place, did you ever meet Podia again?
Yes, but from a distance.
Oh, you
I was
never-
more close to Nelson too, because I work at O Hotel Africa in the front office.
Okay, in being close to Nelson too, was there any time in which you people discussed the coup, who were the one that encouraged them to do this coup, and how it was implemented, who supported it, and all of those things?
No, Nelson too and I, we were age group, and we were drinking beer and looking for girls. We didn't have anything discussion more than that. I didn't want to get into the military matter. At that time, I had not taken training. I was just a civilian, you know, until when the TRC broke down and Kuamba went to Freetown, and then family recruited me and took me to Kuamba, and Kuamba put me in training.
But in all your political life, is there any theory of the coup that you've come across that you have tended to believe that you can share with us?
Theory of coup,
The 1980 coup, how it came about, who did it, how Doe became head, the strong man, why he became strong man.
well, first, the coup came against the background. You know, I will say something here today, and most of it is like legend, because I don't have facts to prove this, but it has been discussed quietly in circles. It has to do with the relationship between the Tobo family and the Americans. When the legend is, and I say legend because I don't want anybody taking me to court on this. The legend is, when Tubman was sick, President Tubman, and decided to go for some kind of, to do a procedure, some kind of surgery. I don't know if it were prostrate or whatever. There was a Liberian doctor or nurse, I don't know his name, but he might have probably worked for Lanco, who accompanied Tubman. The doctor, according to the theory, was paid by Tuber's brother Stephen Tuber to take care of Tubman. And I understand that Tubman bled to death, and the procedure he took was not such that he would have bled to death. But somebody must have done some foul play. And as the theory goes, the doctor then sent a telex when Tubman died to Stephen Tuber. And excuse my language, because I'm sitting before the Liberian people, I have to use the exact words of the telex. The telex said to Stephen, the OS is dead. That telex was intercepted. At that time, the U.S. ambassador at the time was a black guy called Westerfield. Westerfield then called the chief of staff when he received the death news of Tubman and said, you, the natives of this country, have been wanting to take over your country. Tubman is dead. You are the chief of staff. Take a few installations, we will support you. And then, you'll take your country over, it will be a bloodless coup. You ain't got to kill nobody. Cobber Johnson got afraid and spoke on Loma to the effect that this one is too heavy for me. Guluwanika now. he didn't just stop there. He told Steve Talbot about what he and Ambassador Westerfield discussed. Steve Talbot one day was going to see the president as the newly appointed finance minister when Talbot took over, and met Ambassador Westerfield at the elevator. Both of them jumped in the elevator, and as Steve was talking, the ambassador was saying something, and again, I will use the exact words they said Stephen said to the ambassador. He told the ambassador, the United States ambassador, to shut the fuck up. The ambassador went upstairs, told the president apologized, and so there was some little friction. A few months later, the finance minister, Stephen Talbot, called a party and invited the U.S. ambassador. That night, the lady who was with the U.S. ambassador was Grace Manor. The ambassador went home and died around 4-5, according to the legend. So, that problem has been there between. After the death of the ambassador, I think Steve started going after the businesses of the Americans. He wanted Lotraco, he wanted Vampla, he wanted everything. Steve Talbot was trying to elevate himself from the subservient role the American class had played, and he was challenging the Americans in a way that was not comfortable. He became a difficult partner. So then, that is the theory to the coup. So it was logical. If the theory is Steve Talbot succeeded in killing a U.S. ambassador, then of course the U.S. was supposed to get back to them in some way, form, or shape. The U.S. military mission was then training the army of Liberia, which Talbot didn't control. That army made a coup. So the evidence there is circumstantial. There's no way the U.S. military mission will be training an army, is making a coup, and they don't know. It is impossible. But to say that there were Caucasian hands that killed Talbot, I can't vouch for that. But those were the historical circumstances at the time that prevailed. Like I said, this is a legend. It may not be true, but I've heard it from so many different directions. And it has impacted on our national politics, on our entire nation. What I saw between members of the U.S. military mission and the PRC itself was that after the coup, they came to celebrate at Sasa Disco. And I sat right with them and I listened to some of the conversations. They were very happy, But let me tell you something else that happened that worried me about the PRC. One night, Podia and a group of PRC guys came to the hotel and they wanted rooms. So the front office guy there said, those of you who are not members of the PRC, the front office manager, Comfort Lawrence, would not allow us to give you a room. And I think they got upset about that. So Podia came down and said, who is the front office manager? He said, Comfort Lawrence. Where is she? She's not here. Okay. Falavani, yes, go and get Comfort Lawrence for me. Falavani went to Comfort Lawrence's house, probably in Pinsville somewhere. Maybe 30 to 45 minutes later, he came back, and we looked in the car, there was no Comfort Lawrence. So Podia said, well, I told you to bring the woman, what are you doing? Why you didn't bring her? And Falavani laughed. He said, Chief Comfort Lawrence is here with us. He popped the trunk open, and there was the front office manager of Hotel Africa, Comfort Lawrence. And it was kind of weird to me, you know, and I started having second thought, given my own political background, that if these guys came to liberate the Liberian people, how come they putting our front office manager in the trunk of a car to bring her to the Hotel Africa to answer a question? So Famula was at the Ministry of Education, and he asked me whether I wanted to come and work there, and I told him I was not interested because I saw signs that didn't look good to me. Comfort Lawrence was not the best of my friend, but you don't take the front office manager of one of the best hotels in your country and put her in a car trunk and travel with her from Pinsville to Hotel Africa. Nobody told me this story about Comfort Lawrence. I was working there as a bell boy. A bell boy who works in the front office is the guy when the guests come in and register, you take their loads to the elevator and they tip you some small money. So I was probably the lowest person in there. But I had a political sense and I had an intellect that nobody suspected. I was taking notes and looking at things and reading things, and people didn't think I was doing that. But I wasn't talking to nobody about it.
Okay, another comment was, you said something about Alhaji Nkrumah made carpet party to somersault in his grave. I just want you to please elaborate on that. How did he do that?
He did it with his smartness.
Yeah.
I think to say that you have captured towns with telephone, you know, it didn't go down well with many people. And I have a lot of respect for GB Nkrumah. He's an intellectual and a big brother. Anytime I meet him, I met him in Washington, D.C. When Roosevelt Johnson and I talked, the next person I visited was Nkrumah. And Nkrumah I said, Nkrumah, why did you and Roosevelt split? It is both of you that got Taylor in power today. If Ulimo had not split, if you people had not killed Carpet, probably Taylor would have been out of Liberia, would have saved us all this hullabaloo. You know, after I got through talking to Nkrumah, he said, if Roosevelt Johnson and I become partner in any new arrangement, who you think will be the leader? The man already has stroke, probably a black spot on his brain. So I thought right there and then, the same thing that brought about a split in Ulimo, he had not abandoned that. And according to Einstein, the same mindset that caused a problem cannot be used to solve that problem. You can't change that mind. If you're going to be fighting for who's going to be the fights, instead of thinking about how to fix Liberia, and I lost interest. Then I told him, I said, GB Nkrumah, you are too high now after being in the collective presidency to go back down, demote yourself to become a rebel leader again. Leave that thing with us, the younger generation. You play your role. If anything, you can form a party and run to be president, and if we all like your program, we will vote for you. And you know what Nkrumah told me? Joe, I thought you were just an operative. I didn't know you could think. So we had that conversation. I went back to Roosevelt Johnson, and I knew the two people would never come together. The animosity had developed bad blood, and it got acrimonious. But Carpet's death, according to what I heard, Ahmad Yuru was the one who killed Carpet. but he was influenced by Alhaji Nkrumah for the leadership of CAPE. And I think if Alhaji Nkrumah had come here and said to us, yes, such was the condition and such was the time, gentlemen, I'm sorry, he would have earned more respect from the Liberian people and from myself than to say that, you know, it was between Amayuru. Amayuru were used to kill him. Amayuru and CAPE were fighting over no jobs. That's why I said the man is so smart that he made CAPE's body to somersault in a grave.
Okay. You also talk about the grain Coast Company that Charles Taylor and I think Edwin Holder operated from an apartment building in New York or so.
Raleigh, I think. Raleigh or New York.
Can you say a little about this? What surrounds it?
When Charles Taylor it is alleged, because he was never really found guilty of stealing that money. It is alleged that he wrote 3 checks to the Green Coast Company from GSA. At that time, he started a bulk purchasing system. So probably everything from paper to motor vehicle, money went through GSA. So he wrote 3 checks, 300,000 each, to the manager sitting in an apartment, who was Edwin Holder, in favor of the Green Coast Company. I did not see the checks, but that was what I gathered. The 3 checks amounted to 900,000. He was arrested when the Liberian government took the case to litigation in the United States. He was represented by one of the most renowned lawyer and former Attorney General of the U.S., I think Ramsey Clark. So you know how the rest of the story went. But the Green Coast thing was a fictitious company operated by Charles Taylor and Edwin Holder.
During your presentation, you talk about your life, just a little, about your school time when you were asked to go to the principal's office for a poem you wrote. And the fact that you wrote such a poem brought one question to my mind.
Right.
How was your childhood? How did you grow up? You didn't say much about that. And I would like to know what brought about the writing of that particular poem.
First, let me go back to my childhood. My mother and my father brought me to Monrovia when I was crawling on a ship called Junior from Sino. I learned how to walk in Monrovia. At that time, our community was called Bishop Brooks, Lobito, at the end of Benson Street there. And so I was the first boy of my father. So he named me after his father, Wylie. So my name was really supposed to be Wylie. But my mother was a big fan of this guy who was doing the demolition in Mamba Point to build a Freeport, Joe Blow. He was the demolition man.
Yeah.
And he got killed when he was doing overtime. That's why they say overtime killed Joe Blow. The rats covered him. He was finished. I go home. The last dynamite he put in there. But my mother named me Joe Blow. So when I grew up, I discarded the Blow and kept the Joe for the sake of my mom. It looked like in the rest of my life, the Blow kept following me. However, my mother and my father started fighting over me. And my father used to be, a quack doctor, the black bear doctor, physician assistant. He used to give injection, treat people and all that. So he used to go to diamond mines to do that. So he wanted me to be with him. He took me on a plane to diamond mine. The plane was so small, and I was so small. I must have been like 2.5, 3 years old. Then they put me to where the loads were with the bag of rice and the goat and everything in the back there where the luggages were. And the bigger people were occupying the seats. We got in diamond mine, and I had an experience that made me to tell my father to take me back to Monrovia. They had a plank outside toilet, and this day I went in the toilet and slipped and fell in the toilet hole, and the junk had me up to here in diamond mine. And so from that day until now, anytime I hear the word diamond, I think about the time when I fell in that hole. So anybody come to me and say, let's go dig diamond, I'm not interested. It had a psychological impact. I told my father I wanted to come back to my mom. He brought me to Monrovia. And then my mom gave me to my uncle. He called Sabo Chila. Sabo is my grandmother's name. And in our tradition, they can call you by your mother's name as a man. Sabo Chila, they call him, they say this Chila belongs to Sabo. And the Sabo tribe, I think, is one of those tribes that is one of the first tribes, or one of the tribes in Liberia that names their town after women also. Because the district I come from, Joazon, Joa is a woman. So when my uncle took me to the port to wait, somebody told my father, Robert Wylie, that they are smuggling your child back to Sinai. My father took police there, arrested my uncle, and took me away. My mother got upset and went to George Jala. And George Jala was a woman's judge. He didn't ask any question. He jailed my father for 3 weeks. While my father was in jail, my mother put me back on the ship with my uncle and sent me back to Sinai. When we got in Baffin Bay, the ship broke down. We had to use a boat to get to Greenville. And then they took me into a town near SRC, near the Sapple Park there. I stayed, and then my uncle sent me to my auntie in Niplubo, Lower Joazon. In Niplubo, I stayed 8 straight years, mining birds, hunting rats, and falling from palm trees. And I did not know how to speak Sapo when I was younger, because I grew up in Monrovia. But at the age of 4, I think it must have been 1961, when they took me into that Sapo Park. After the first and second year, I virtually forgot English. But it was buried beneath my subconscious mind. So I spoke Sapo throughout until I decided I wanted to go to Greenville, because we used to walk from Niplubo 1 hour 30 minutes in the forest to go to Sabra town to go to school. And I told them I was not interested in walking 3 hours a day to go to school. So I wanted to go to Greenville. So my auntie said, but we don't know anybody in Greenville for you to live with. So that year I didn't go to school in protest, because I wanted to go to school in the city. So they took me to Perry Green in 1969. He was then superintendent of Sino County. His wife, Esther Green, was a Coup woman from Buta. I lived there the first year, and the first when I got there, Perry Green said he didn't need any boy. He had too many girls living with him. He didn't want a boy. next day, Peregrine came from out and said, no, then the woman said, no, he will sell my Coup, let him stay. He will sell Coup for me. I need a boy to sell my Coup, make some money. So he said, okay. One day he came from out, he looked me in the face, and all, when I was younger, my eyebrows were bushy and all of them joined. So he thought I used eyebrow pencil to fix my eyebrow. He slapped me. You a man, what you doing with eyebrow pencil? So they said, no, that's his natural eyebrow. What he didn't know that I come from that segment of the Sapo tribe that they call the hairy people. We come from the Sapo Pike, between Pinetown and Joazam. We are the hairy people of the Sapo forest. And it's in my family. I got people in my family with hair all on their back. I decided to go to school. They decided to send me to school. But on the first day they sent me to school, I was in the 4th grade then. I think I was in the 4th grade. That was 1969. And Flomo, the soldier, took me to the school. We got there, Flomo was a little tipsy. He was a little drunk, he was always drinking. His wife Lucy, who was a crew member, was also drinking. But they say Bajako belonged to soldiers, so we thought it was normal. Flomo took me to Sino Consolidated Afternoon School. And we entered, and there was John Louis Harris. Tall guy who was probably wearing size 15. He had no shoes in the store. They had to custom make his shoes. Then there was Sammy Ross. So John Louis Harris asked, what's your name? Flomo did not let me answer. And Flomo said, his name is Joe Green. And I said, what? My name is Joe Wylie. And they wrote Joe Green down. Because in Flomo's mind, I'm living with Peregrine. I probably don't need my name for Nimplebo. But I was too afraid to contradict Flomo, so the Joe Green name remained. And then Sammy Ross asked me, listen, what grade you in? I said, I'm in 4th grade. He said, man, you coming from where Nimplebo, you tell me I'm in 4th grade. I put him in 3rd grade. They put me in 3rd grade. So from the moment I entered the school, that day was probably the worst day to me because I lost my real identity, Wylie. But I couldn't say or do anything. All I did was, the following year, when Peregrine was coming for vacation to Monrovia, they brought all the children, because I was selling Coup making $20, I think, a day with the Coup. They brought all the children to Monrovia and left me behind with the mother of Bishop Brown and Fanny. They came for vacation. So they said, but in myself, I said, but why they didn't take me? I couldn't answer why they didn't take me. And Fanny then used to make me fill one whole drum of water from the draw bucket and draw the water come to the drum before I ate breakfast. She put one piece of cassava. So for me, who coming from Nimplebo, from the Sapo Park where we had abundance of rice, he gave me cassava in the morning, it didn't look good. But I went through all that. So when they came back from the vacation, they brought a bigger Coup jar for me to sell more Coup. So I told Madam Green that I will not sell Coup again. I've been decisive from the time I was small. I said I will not sell Coup again. She said, but if you cannot sell Coup, I brought you, I kept you here for you to sell Coup, then you have to leave. So I said, okay, then I'm going to pack my things. And all the girls started begging me because they had gotten used to me. Peregrine's own children, they didn't want me to go. Francis Green became like a big brother to me. I mentioned Francis Green And I had an incident with him one night. Francis Green was this guy who used to like chasing a whole bunch of women. So we were living in the main house. Because I was small, Francis Green would take a rope and tie it on my big toe and send it through the window. And the rope will hang from the window. So when he comes around 3 with his girlfriend Sylvian Dunbar, all he needs to do is to pull my toe, you know, for me to get up. Then I would get up. But strangely enough, this day, Pearl Green came and he was just inspecting the house around 2. And he saw the rope hanging from the window. He pulled the rope. And I went outside butt naked. And you know, when I got out, I was so sleepy. I opened the door and I just went like this. And the next thing I saw was slap in my ear. Suppose I was a kidnapper now who came to see you. Then they say they see the people's son. Why you open the door? You even know who pulled the rope. Why Francis got to put rope on the boy's toe? You know, so he quarreled with Francis the whole day. He said because anybody could pull the rope and I'll open the door. Which really happened. But when I told the old man I didn't want to sell Coup anymore, and I was serious about it, because how will you, I'm making the money in the house, how will you take all the children and leave me behind on a vacation? I didn't like that. And the second thing that happened when it came back was that we were having a dance at the Sino City Hall for children. I think July 26th, when children used to go to dance, they used to have a program for children one day in a year. So we had a guest in the house. That guest was Honorable Tor Bernard. They bought clothes for all the children to go to the dance. I didn't have a long trousseau to go to the dance. And they left me out. I did not go to the dance. So the guest came, Tor Bernard looked and saw me. I used to carry water for him every morning to brush his teeth, you know, and take bath. So he said, Joe, but why are you going to the dance with the rest of the children? I said, oh, Mr. Bernard, I don't have long trousseau and Pa Perry and my Esther and Bar trousseau for me. So he said, okay, take some money, go buy yourself a trousseau. Bought me a trousseau. I already had a shoes, some pair of shoes. I wore my shoes and went to the dance. And from that day, I remember Tor Bernard, who was the first guy to buy me my first long trousers. And he was a Congo man, you know. But I refused to stay. I went back up in Chiro. Then my auntie said, you got to go back. You said you wanted to go to the city, you got to go back, you got to endure everything that people do. I said, but they don't want to pay my school fees. They don't take me for vacation. So I can't go back there. My uncle said, if this boy doesn't want to go, don't force him. That's how my mother came from Monrovia and rented a room for me in Greenville. And I got my first job with a Lebanese guy called Rad Morad. He would pay me $4 a month. I wash his dishes, all a woman on her clothes, and sweep the house before I would go to school in the evening. You know, I started working for myself, and I was living in Greenville. But I left that school, Sino Consolidated Afternoon School, and I went to Catholic school. In the 6th grade, yes. And when I registered with my real name, Joe Blow Wylie. And I was happy I restored the Wylie name, but I didn't put the Blow on it. So that is just a little gist. I stayed there until I was promoted to I spent, when I was in the 6th grade, I think I went to Catholic school in the 5th grade. In the 6th grade, I spent one semester in the 6th grade in Catholic school. That was Father Joe Pinchuk, Father Buck, Father Larry Hens. Bishop Francis came to our school that time and assembled a group of us, and he tried to convince us to become Catholic priests. So after an hour of lecturing and, you know, the thing about priesthood, I I had lived for 8 years in the Sapo forest, and I learned all of the traditions and culture of my people during those 8 years. I told the father that there is no way you can tell my father that I'm not going to get married, and I'm not going to have children to perpetuate his name. If you went to my father and said that, he might probably shoot you or shoot me. So just count me out. My father is too Sapo to accept his son to be a priest. So I'm not going to be a priest. My father will not accept it. And they listened to me, and they didn't include me in the group. My friend Alfred Momo, who went, he did almost 10 years. He left the priesthood, got married, and he's having children today. So I don't know, but from there, 1974, when I got to the 9th grade, I came to Monrovia. When I got in Monrovia, I was living with my sister, who was renting in Sam Blue's father's house. Sam Blue and his brother Walker Blue, peace be unto his soul, were in the 3rd and 4th grade at the time. And I used to be Sam Blue's homeroom teacher, the former Minister of Commerce. I used to flog his legs. He was too lazy, he didn't want to study. So I used to beat his legs, and his grandma started crying. Why did Joe Wylie man always beating my grandson? You take the job for him, he will not be beating. But the book that he knows today to become Commerce Minister, I didn't want to flog his legs before he know that book. So anyway, you see me, some small fear gets in him. You know, but that's a little bit of my childhood. It was thereafter that I joined the movement for justice in Africa. And then the Edward Berry murder case came, the university student, and the rest of the thing I explained. That's just a little bit of my biodata.
Your friend who was shot during the April 14 rice riot,
yeah.
What happened to him? Did he die?
No.
Okay, he survived.
Samuel Twa, he and I were in the 11th and 12th grade together. When he got shot by a guy called Scott. But the guy himself died at the end of the day. Either another policeman shot him or somebody shot him. You know, he got shot in front of the information ministry there. And I told him, look, don't go to the hospital, because, you know, they would say they were just cutting people to take up bullets, a whole lot of people with bullet wounds. I said, don't go. He went there. When he saw what was happening, he came back, somebody dressed the soul, and the bullet remained in his thigh. You know, it didn't hit a bone, and it didn't pass through. So the bullet got stuck in his body. But he did not die that day. After we graduated, you know, I didn't see Samuel Twa again.
Okay. And finally, the LU incident. You said after the incident took place, the soldiers were sent there to guard the place. And then they had some girls in the dorm there that they stayed there for 3 days, raping them. How come those girls could be in there and nobody did anything? Was people not aware that these girls were there, or was it that people were afraid to even say something, especially the religious leaders and other people, civil society organizations and whatnot? They did not know that the girls were there?
Well,
were being raped?
Let me say that civil society is a term that has come into currency in recent time. Okay. And the civil society we have in Liberia is more agitational than knowledge-based. But when when the thing happened, the soldiers didn't go to guard the place, they invaded the university.
Okay.
And I think that was those biggest mistake. When the spokesman wrote something about George Boley and some kind of deal that went down with Eshim, somewhere around Ramfi, there was a company that was making ammunition for single barrels. And Joe didn't like that. He came on a university campus, went in the auditorium, and during his comments, he put his finger on the ground and licked his tongue and pointed in the air. He said, if I don't kill some of you people on Broad Street, then you'll change my name. If you want me to be Idi Amin, I will be Idi Amin. He made a comment. So when the remove order was given after Sawyer and Kia were arrested, the soldiers came, they shot at the students. I think I heard rumors, I didn't get the name of a student that died, but they said he came from Detroit because there were high school kids that came in solidarity with the university students to protest. But the girls were on their dormitory. You know how you are relaxing. They didn't expect. Some people were in the bathroom, some people were studying, and before they knew it, only some of them were able to escape when they heard the firing. But I talked to an AFL soldier about it. He's late right now, and he told me that they kept some of the girls on the dormitory there, and they were molesting them sexually.
So people were not aware of that?
No, for 3 days.
Okay.
And when you come from, when a government comes from killing, huge names like Richard Henry and all these big boys. You the small potato down there, they occupy your university. They completely took over the university. I think that was the biggest mistake he made. And he made that mistake because he was not too decorum with the total ramification and how it will impact on the rest of his administration and his image. I think it damaged him so severely. And those of us who still have our Aluta energy, we try to get back in our own way in time.
Okay, there were also rumors that at that time he had so much problem in the inner cycle with his soldiers. And so some of the soldiers who came and invaded that place were mostly crown hunters that he brought from Kranji there. Did you hear about that?
No.
Okay.
I saw regular soldiers, but like I said, when I got out, what made me to believe the rape story? When I got out, I went by way of Jalatown and walked my way around the maternity center and walked up the street. And I came very close to the university gate. The soldiers were in there. And one girl was running out. And the soldier guy followed her. And as he followed her, he was plucking her bike with that bayonet. And she was bleeding, running down the street. And I think I will never forget that memory. Okay. And it struck me that with my sense of politics and the fact that we jubilated when these young men who came to overthrow the True Party, we were happy. We'll treat people like that. It didn't go down well with me. At the time, there was nothing I could do.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wylie, for your testimony.
Thank you, madam.
And I'm sorry for what happened to your father and mother. I want to take you back to the training in Libya. And you said you had some number of people that were training in Libya, but later on they were deported. Did you have any specific name, your group? Were you operating any under a name? Because I know you didn't join the MPFL.
No. We were not at that stage yet. We were not operating under any name at that time. We were trying to organize ourselves. I have fallen out with family, and I wanted to come home. I met Nishwa. Nishwa introduced me to the Libyans. The Libyans gave me $2,000. I sent the money to Wylie in Monrovia. He paid everybody's way to go, and there were 12 persons that I sent for. But one of those persons came from Ghana that I sent to Tripoli. Putu Mayor was one of them. Sarah Sifos, Seke Toba, Manku Mongo, Bati Toba, Pete Bomonoku. We had a kid whose real name I can't remember, but we used to call him T-Funk. You know, T-Funk went on our group. I myself did not go, but my group did not take the training. They were just about to start, and the Libyans wanted to consolidate them. And they said they cannot join Taylor for the reasons I enumerated yesterday. And that if anything, the Libyans should get back to me in Accra. The Libyans got upset and put them back on the plane. And I think on the third day of their arrival, on the 3rd of January 1988, we were bundled up and taken to a police station where we spent, I think, 5 days. And then we were in prison, at the Usherford prison, downtown Accra, Jamestown, in Accra for almost 7 months, from January to July. And then they released us on the 4th of July.
How much do you know about the movement for popular democracy in Liberia?
The movement for popular democracy in Liberia, we were talking with a couple of names. I think that was Famula's group, right? That he helped organize with Cooper Tier. He himself stated they went to Tripoli to train. I don't know what happened between them and Gaddafi, but some of them got the training.
So you mean in Tripoli they had 3 different groups, Child Seller Group, Famula Group, and you had another?
Right, my group did not really, after we went to jail, we just came and got in Cote d'Ivoire. I started doing journalistic work. We didn't really constitute ourselves into a group, but I remember us calling ourselves a name, which had to do with popular also. But that was a long time ago. I don't quite remember the name. But Famula had a group with almost a similar name. And that was the group with Cooper Tier. And Cooper Tier wanted me to join our group. But Famula refused for me to join. And when Cooper Tier insisted that I should join, because he and I were in the trenches together, and we were the people left over from the Coup. He didn't want to go into another battle without me. So Famula said, probably you and Joe Wylie got a plot, you know, and they had a little quarrel. But the comment Cooper Tier made to Famula was, this boy was in school and you got him out of school and brought him to the Kuamba thing. Why is it that I who didn't know him originally am vouching for him and you don't want to? That statement stuck at the back of my mind. It was said in Abidjan, you know. And Famula can sometimes be an emotional person. But when he's not emotional, he speaks a lot of wisdom, you know. So, Famula will always be Famula. I would not try to change him. And I don't want him to be like me or be like anybody else. He's better off being himself. And that is why I respect him. He has his position like Jimmy Pierre has his. You know, and I respect people with a position, even if it is wrong. You know, but he gets emotional at times, you know, and it has been a problem. You know, when he gets emotional, he goes overboard sometimes. So he went a little bit overboard with me, and I respected him as a big brother, and I decided that, look, I can't be a boy forever to another person. I have to grow into my own man. After all, this is a struggle, you know, and in a struggle, for it to be real, you have to expect the unexpected.
With that, you know, when you stay with some people long, you know who they are, you know how to work with them, but how can you improve in terms of relationship between you and your friend?
Family?
Yes, like a family.
No, we're cool. He and I, when I was in government, I used to pick him up. You know, we talk all the time. He knows, he has admitted that I'm a revolutionary. He taught me,
that's what I
you know, revolutionary social theory.
So,
and there are quarrels, you know, like in any family, because the issues that we are contending with, the stress, you know, being exiled, broke and hungry, all these things come into play on people. And so when the man is stressful and he says something, you know, I have to use my own discretion. That formula does not mean harm. You know, even though he has said some bad things, you know, to me about some other people, but that's formula. You know, so we have to consider him within his own context. The same way when I took my military training, my friends got shot, you know, the students got shot in front of me, and all the influence the way I perceive reality and the politics of my time. And so I acted in accordance with my experience and the surroundings that influence that experience. So I am okay with family. We don't have a problem. As a matter of fact, we met the other day at a function at the bamboo bar somewhere above the Palm Hotel, when there was a little get-together thrown by Professor Dew Macy and Dr. Tipote for my, you know, writing mentor, the guy who showed me to make a transition from poetry to prose, Patrick Burroughs. You know, they had something in his honor, and they invited me there, and Blanc Saye, the bigger sister of the former finance minister, Monsieur Saye. And when I got there, I met Yawon Gonglo and all of the old troublemakers in this whole thing. They were assembled. You know, I asked, what are you troublemakers doing here? And everybody just laughed and said, Joe, who is more of a troublemaker than you? And we had fun, and I congratulated Dr. Famule for standing up here, you know, and speaking the truth. Famula didn't tell a lie, and I don't believe he had to apologize to the True Party. But I believe at some point in time, to the extent that we posed as leaders and took other people's children into danger and put them in harm's way, and some of them died, we have to be honest with ourselves, our conscience, to tell their siblings and their parents that we are sorry. It is not strange that when people are engaged in revolutionary struggle, people are going to die. When you fight war, people die. But what we need to do, Fambula and I, is to make sure the freedom, justice, and peace for which we risk the lives of our people, put them in harm's way, and they die, we fight still to achieve that. You know, there were about 60 persons that were in prison from Famula's group after Coupertier left. Kekraboto influenced him, he left Famula. But part of the reason why Coupertier left, because Famula is a grumpy man who is always quarreling with Coupertier. He didn't like that. You know, and I could understand Famula, but Coupertier would not. You know, so Kupotier wanted to cut his losses, but he was going to, like Famula rightly said, destroy himself, because he was one of those leaders that Taylor did not want that will cover the Nimba factor. You know, he didn't like anybody from Nimba who could take over the Gios and Manos that initially became the cream of the MPFL fighting force. So he didn't like them. So Kupotier was killed. You know, the other guys who remained in jail, when they got arrested, they died one by one in prison. And it took Dr. Guano, Amos Sawyer, myself, Kokolo, to prevail on the interim government that they should intercede on behalf of the rest of the people who were in jail. One of my best friends was in a group. He used to be my doctor. He was a physician assistant at GFK. His name is Tapla Uya. Up to today, I'm ashamed to face Tapla Uya's wife. Tapla Uya's son is selling socks. Flomo Kokolo brought a guy called Fogbawa from Zozo. Fogbawa can no longer be seen today. Flomo Kokolo owes explanation to his parents. He's afraid to go up there. And I think Famula will cut a long matter short. And I don't think he has refused to do that, to apologize to the parents. We as revolutionaries are people with human hearts. Our actions are influenced by our dedication and our commitment and our love for our country and our people. We may start something, and in the revolution there's something they call unintended consequences. You can start something meaning something else, but there is always that discrepancy between intention and result. What you intended to see may not be what you get at the end of the day. So we are here. For us, for me, I'm not speaking to you, the people on this panel. I'm speaking to the people out there. I'm speaking to Liberia. I'm speaking to the international community. I'm speaking to my conscience.
Thank you very much. With that, I would like to take you back to the rest riot.
Right.
We have heard a lot of versions as to what really happened. We understand that the shooting that happened that day, the police intended to fire in the air. But some people are saying 350 died, 400 died. You said at one point in time you were present.
When the first shooting started.
The first shooting started. Right. Can you explain how it really happened?
Well, I did that. I think I went into a little bit more detail inside the presentation. But because they kept sending me the notes to get me to be time conscious, you know, so I had to fly over a couple of things. You know, that morning around 9 o'clock, I went to the power office, and while we were there, my friend and myself, Samuel Twa, I had a camera. Abba Pot came around to talk to Bacchus Matthew. But Abba Pot wrote later that his mediation attempt between the people who wanted to demonstrate and the Ministry of Justice that declared the demonstration illegal, you know, he wrote that he was hoping against hope. He could not see Matthews. The old man was frustrated, you know, and went home. So the crowd gathered, and it was a huge crowd. Because I had a camera, I ran ahead of the crowd to take a picture. So I was the first to approach the defense ministry. So they had their command post around the defense ministry, and there were snipers on the rooftops of the Defense Ministry on both sides of Benson Street. And as the crowd was chanting coming, Vanny Dempster took a 45 and fired in the crowd. The first person that was hit with a bullet, his blood spewed out of his neck as if he were a walking fountain. Because the blood is within pressurized vessels within your body. There's 14.7 pounds of pressure that is exerted to let your blood flow. I'm not a scientist. But the man's blood was shooting in the air. And then, when a crowd like that with a big number sees blood, the crowd turns to shock. So they got broken up into so many different groups, and the looting started there and then. They could have allowed that crowd to have demonstrated, gone on the bypass, go in front of the mansion, but they chose not to use wisdom, and they used force. When I was in the interim government and the election was coming, the soldiers were grumbling about pay, about them being dissolved, and all kinds of things were happening. Then there was the CDC crowd that came to demonstrate because they said their victory was stolen. We had a joint security meeting in the cabinet room at the mansion. I was sitting right next to Judy Bryan because Daniel Chie was away as acting defense minister. There was the all-male commander, all the big people, everybody who was anybody in that setup was around as far as security was concerned. And Shemo Bryan said we had to stop the crowd from demonstrating because there's law and order in the country. What Shemo Bryan didn't know was that when a country comes from a state where it has been declared a failed state, don't bank too much on law and order. While we are trying to build law and order is not an actual reality. It was not an actual reality at the time. The army people provided perimeter security, and the combatants were tired fighting. But this was a political game. The army chief and myself took a position that Shemo Bryan, we cannot afford to tear gas a crowd of 500,000 or more people. It will be more difficult to contend with that crowd. It will be more difficult when they break up into smaller groups, and then the looting, you don't know who got guns among them. Probably they are looking for a small provocation to do what they want to do, and some people who are actual troublemakers could take advantage of them, of the legitimate grievances of some of the people who felt that their votes were stolen. As a matter of fact, I told Shemo Bryan that demonstration is a legitimate right of every Liberian and every political party if they feel aggrieved. All we can do as state security is to guide a demonstration so that it doesn't break up. So the army people suggested that we place the LMP in the front of the crowd and place the army troops in the back and put some embedded security officers inside the crowd to watch and make sure that the crowd doesn't get rowdy and take life and property in expressing their own rights to demonstrate for the grievances that they felt. And I think Shemo Bryan listened to the voice of reason and wisdom and did not go the route of attacking the CDC people. And so the True Party, because they had a split in their own midst between the extreme right wing and the liberal wing headed by the president, and the extreme right wing was controlling the security forces, and they wanted to get back at the power people who were already in jail. So you know the rest of the story. You know what happened to the power people. I don't want to go into that. I have to probably move on to the next question.
And you talk about Nelson too, and we're saying others. We've heard a lot of versions as to what happened. I want you to please share your own perspective with us as to what happened, we've heard how they were executed, why they were executed, if you have any idea.
Well, first of all, Wesson was one of those decisive guys who really helped to influence the course of the coup. I don't know the details, but what I know was the man who introduced me to Moja and the All People's Freedom Alliance, Marcus Bobe, was special assistant in Wesson's office. And you will remember at the time, the TRC tried to arrest Due Mason. Marcus Bobe had a strong influence on Wesson's politics, because Wesson, like Due, probably had not grown up politically sufficiently. So they listened to the advice of people they trusted. When Wylie was arrested, I think Due traveled and left Wylie in jail. I think Wylie was arrested under the PRC. Wesson released Wylie. Nelson told the 5 PRC members that were killed, took side with Wesson. Wesson was one of those guys who went to Sino and brought down the monument that commemorated, I think, the coming of the pioneers or something. He was very anti-Americo-Liberian in his stance. And that is also, if you check Wesson's background, he comes from the portion of that Sapo tribe that was probably maltreated in Greenville, in Sino. We know, for example, that when the district commissioners and big shots are traveling in our area, in my own lifetime, they were carrying them in a hammer. And one of them was called Nathaniel Duncan. I'm sure some of you will know Duncan. Duncan was married to a Sapo woman. But every time the Sapo people were carrying Duncan on their head, when Duncan wanted to use the bathroom, he would urinate staying right on their head, and the urine would be flashing on them while they are holding him. That thing made a soul in the hearts of the Sapo people. And what I learned about my people, the Sapo people are very difficult to forgive. They don't easily forgive. What they do is that they easily forget, but they don't forgive. So if you are going to do something, the Sapo people have fought all the other tribes around them until they had to sign a pact or deal with the crowns and the bastards that we are related, we are siblings, we are not supposed to see each other blood. In the olden days, a bastard woman was not supposed to get married to a Sapo man, because when she goes to give birth, she will waste blood. Therefore, you don't need to waste the blood of your Dodi. Dodi means from inside the mother. We are from the same womb. That's what Dodi means. So Wesson and others have had their own grievances, age-old grievances against the Americans, and probably that impacted on his action personally when he bulldozed the monument in Sino. But If Western had the same political experience and probably maturity like I have now, I would think that our diversity, our ethnic diversity, should be the source of our strength. It was the quest for freedom for our people who were in slavery in America that led to the coming of the pioneers to seek a place on this continent where they will establish what Marcus Garvey called the first light in the darkness. At the time of the formation of Liberia, that formation was revolutionary and heroic. And those men who had that idea to establish the Liberian nation state, they did a great favor not only to the Liberians, to Africa, but to all black people. Because aside from Ethiopia, Liberia became the first African republic. And we became the trailblazer. And the independence of the rest of Africa was fought for by us in our own weak way. So people who do not have a sense of history will go bulldozing. The fact that we are different tribes and different ethnic groups, we should celebrate our diversity. I believe that. And therefore, such were the times. Western did what he had to do within the scope of his own understanding. But if a nation of people that fail to educate its own people, and ignorance, poverty became tools for oppression. Sometimes, historically, the poverty you live with your people can boomerang on you and express itself in a dangerous form. And I think that's what happened with the case of the PRC. The PRC didn't know any better. If they were educated sufficiently and trained to respect law and order, if those that they emulated as leaders were respecting human rights, probably they would have thought twice. But they were consumed by their hatred of the Americas, which was logical from the age-old conflict that we had. And therefore, this conflict, for it to be resolved, a lot of mishaps are going to take place. The Mandingos, for example, I have an experience. My view about the Mandingos in Liberia and the ethnic question in Lofa, Bon, and Nimba have changed significantly since I live in Guinea. The Koniaka Mandingos, who are the so-called Liberian Mandingos, used to historically be our heroes. They resisted Islam initially, but when they were subdued by the jihadists and they converted to Islam, they decided, they were running and fighting and coming down south as those empires broke up. I think Alhaji Nkrumah did a perfect, job with that history of that Bopolu, Gegedu Masanta corridor as a trade route, and the military structures, indigenous military structures that guided them. So the Mandingos opted to be inside Liberia because they had traded, and Gegedu and all these places used to be probably part of Liberia. But do you know that the Mandingos, some of us usually call Guineans, in our ignorance of history and facts? When they get in Guinea, the Guineans call them Liberians. They even beat them and attack them first when there is any confusion in Guinea. And therefore, as we speak presently, there are more than 45,000 Mandingos from Nimba who are sitting in a refugee camp near Wylie, who cannot go back to their homes and towns in Nimba. I think that is a potential source for conflict. And ECOWAS should not wait for us Liberians to take a decision before they intervene, because they now have a proactive ECOWAS conflict prevention framework, which I personally vetted in Burkina Faso. And that framework allows for the intervention, because the tendency to hide behind the cloak of national sovereignty, and that this problem is our internal problem, y'all don't come here. You will still call ECOWAS tomorrow when the problem breaks down into open violence. So ECOWAS will no longer wait. ECOWAS has what we call the Council of the Wise, COW, from all 60 member states. The wise woman from Liberia is Theresa Lee Sherman. And the term reference, one of the things in the term reference of the Council of the Wise is to be used by ECOWAS to mediate potential conflict situations so that they don't get out of hand. They don't have to wait. And our so-called national sovereignty should no longer stop them. In fact, what makes the OAU different from the AU is that the AU has deleted that national sovereignty. The AU now wants a standby force. ECOWAS wants a standby force. So that when you take arm and overthrow a legally elected government one morning, ECOWAS will tell you, step down or we are coming there. That force, in theory, is supposed to be based in Freetown. And the logistic base will be based in Mali. So ECOWAS need to intervene in cases like that. But let me get back to the Mandingos. The Mandingos and the Lomans have had their age-old porous society desecration quarrels. And from my own experience, there are Mandingos who left Nimba County, who left Bon County, who left Monrovia when they were 2 years old and stayed 18 years in Guinea. Tell me which language they will speak when they come back after peace, after we sign a peace accord. They will speak French, they will speak one Guinean language. My son, I had by a girl from Lexington, Sayonkla. He was 8 years old. When I was speaking on the radio, his mother got afraid and fled to Guinea to me. My son now speaks Soso, he speaks Fula, speaks Mandingo, and speaks French. I transferred him to Accra. He's now speaking Twi. But my son cannot speak Sapo. Does it mean that when my son returns to this country, he's going to be a Fanti man? He's going to be a core Ghanaian? No. There are thousands of our citizens, Mandingo citizens, who fled this country and went into exile. When they came back, some of them fought with us, and now we are calling them foreigners. I think it is not fair. It is not in the interest of peace. And when a group of people start to feel that they are without a state, because the Konyaka Mandingo are not owned by the state in Guinea, we cannot reject them in Liberia. Because we said in our constitution that only people of African origin can become citizens of Liberia. Now, don't get me wrong if you are working with the immigration or so. There are illegal Mandingos who come across who make their own job difficult because some of these people are not educated, but they have their siblings on this other side. If you are a Mandingo, you come here and straighten your something with the immigration. 2 years later, you are entitled to go into immigration and regularizing your citizenship. You can become citizen. You don't have to fight too hard. And there are many Mandingos who have done that. There are others that were born here. Now, there are two shades of Mandingos in Liberia. The Nimba Mandingos are the children and descendants of those who migrated from Mali more than 100 years ago. Their roots with their siblings in Mali. And those of you who are historian, Dr. Guano, if you are listening, please correct me because I stand to be corrected. And I believe that knowledge is a cumulative process. Their children have cut off their links, the cabinet Janus, and all these people. They have cut off their links with Mali. The similarity they have is only the names. But the Lofa Mandingos still have siblings across the place, the border there. Just like the Crown. The Crowns are more than the people, the Crowns in Ivory Coast are more than other people in Liberia. But they are a small segment when it comes to, Liberia. There are not many. The Guineas are less in Cote d'Ivoire and they are more in Liberia. So in Cote d'Ivoire, it is the Crowns that protect the Guineas politically over time. And therefore, the question of changing citizenship, and that is why I continue to tell this commission and even the UN system and ECOWAS that we will not be afraid to criticize them, because UN people are human beings who are liable to make mistakes by taking one size fits all and bringing it to every country with different culture. The Kamajors in Sierra Leone, for example, graduate their young men at the age of 12, show them how to shoot a gun, and send them to war or send them to hunt. When you charge somebody who operates a Kamajor unit with harboring a child soldier, with recruiting child soldier, it means technically you are trying to use European cultural value to criminalize African values. And that is wrong. So the tension between our culture, our tradition, our behavior, and the European cultures and norms that we try to bastardize and adopt, that tension is still there. There has been no. So now even the UN in warfare is beginning to think that, look, child soldiers got categories. There are times when the entire community is attacked, even the children have to fight. When the community is attacked, there is no time to read Geneva Convention. Your mother is dead, your sister is raped. And so to take the feelings of the people who are in distress out of the context of what happened and say, oh, according to Geneva Convention, according to this, yes, we want to get there, but the reality is we are not there yet. Ghana just passed a law that children should not sell on the street. With the level of rural poverty, my brother is dead, up interior, he sent his 5 children, my salary cannot send my 2 children to school. How do you think those children are going to eat if we don't make them sell cold water in a society where there is not sufficient employment to cover the adult population? So when I send my child in Ghana, who is under, I think 18, to sell on the street, I have committed a crime according to law. Do not criminalize our culture. There are people who deliberately, knowingly recruit young people and put them under arm to kill adults, to kill people. And those people must be singled out. So the UNs are now come and they should be punished. Because our children should not be recruited to fight war. But in a society where the entire district is attacked and thousands of people are on the move, where are you going to put the children so that they don't come in contact with battle? No one in Geneva can explain that so easily. And therefore they have come up with children with the fighting forces. Children associated with the fighting forces. Because they have caught themselves. So our tribal diversity and all of these things have come to play, but we should elevate ourselves beyond our parochial thinking about each other and put our country first. We don't have a choice. We tried for 14 years to kill all the Guyo people, which did not succeed. We tried for 14 years to execute the Congo people, we did not succeed. We tried for 14 years to kill all the crowns and the Mandingo and eat their body. We did not succeed. So we have to try something new. Let's look into the future. That is where the ideas that will liberate us are. Our differences and animosities that have been formed historically, we should look at them and learn lessons from them. The structural injustices. You know, America did not do the Americo-Liberians fairly. I always said that, and the people say this is rhetoric, Joe. I said sometimes if you look inside any rhetoric, you find small substance. Our forefathers who ran away from plantation slavery in America and came to seek freedom in Africa, braved the Atlantic Ocean and came here, did an honorable job. But in 1926, America chased the Americo-Liberians with another plantation, Firestone. Took 1 million acres of the Bassa people's land. You know how they got them out of the land. They decimated their culture. They changed all of the Bassa people town to number 1 and number 2 and number 3. Their town names became numbers. Where Firestone is was given a name with 3 letters from Harvey Firestone's wife's name and his name, Habel. That's how Habel is not a Bassa name. Then, to add insult to injury, as we speak, let me now go back to what happened with 1 cent per acre. The government that was sitting in the mansion at the time, CDB King, they relegated themselves. They betrayed the freedom that they ran for by selling their brothers to Spanish cocoa planters. Today, Firestone gives each rubber typer 650 trees to type. We asked Firestone management how many trees, how many minutes per tree. They lied and said 3 minutes. If you do your, not math, but arithmetic, you will discover that 650 times 3 will give you 19 hours and 30 minutes per day for one rubber typer who is supposed to work 8 hours per day. Now, somebody got to convince me in this room as if I were in a 3rd grade that is not slavery. As a result, the Firestone rubber typer has to take his children his cousins, his wives, to go and tap rubber free for Firestone, just so that the breadwinner will meet his quota, so that he will not be sacked. And therefore, such conditions for me are the conditions that continue to reproduce the poverty, the disenchantment, the disgruntlement that lead to conflict, and the conflict that lead to violence and war. And so if we stop the reproduction of poverty, if we stop the reproduction of the disenchantment, it was only recently that Firestone was able to build a high school. So why did they think that a rubber tapper's son is not supposed to have a PhD or go to high school? So you see, we have to face this country, but there are too many things that were wrong and are still wrong today. But Firestone has something powerful that has always subdued our leaders in this country. And that seduction relegate them to what we used to call the slave drivers. They were the administrative arm and local group to make sure Firestone exploit. If we own Firestone, then why is it that in spite of the money Firestone makes per year in this country as the largest rubber farm, we don't have roads? We got the largest rubber farm, but we don't have roads. Firestone does not want to add value to the rubber. We don't make one pen out of rubber. So the extractive nature of the industry itself takes our rubber out and buy them $300 per ton and come and sell the same one tire to you for $300. That is historical injustice that has to be corrected. Firestone has brown envelopes, and because the elite, the ruling elite of this country were never industrial, they did not have industry historically, they did not venture into commerce, so their only source of capital accumulation was to steal from the bureaucracy and impose hot taxes on people that were not represented in government. Taxation without representation brought about the American Revolution. I don't want to get historical, I want to look in the future. And I see myself slipping back into that history. I caught myself. But I'm not going to sit here and face Firestone. I'm not going to sit here and think that I can provide an answer to the corruption in this country. All I can sit here and tell you is that we are on this boat together. And if a Mandingo man is speaking French because he lived for 18 years in exile, do not refer to him as a Guinean. And if one Congo man has come and killed somebody in your town, don't think all the Congo people are murderers. Collective guilt was what killed the Jews in Germany. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In the last statement, a lot of issues came up as to some of the cause or the potential cause of problem.
Yes.
You talk about the Mandingos in Guinea,
Right.
the problems in Nimba,
The problem in Bon and Lufa.
the problem in Bon and Lufa. As a conflict analyst, can you follow some recommendation on that regard?
Well,
How you can obtain lasting peace in...
I've already said that we should work regionally. The problems in the sub-region are such that one nation cannot face the problem with its own borders and solve them completely sufficiently. Therefore, since ECOWAS has come up and formalized the mechanism to intervene, ECOWAS should not leave it with us, because we have all taken sides to a certain extent. We need mediators who do not have specific fish to fry in our politics to come here and tell us that it is in our own interest to get together and see. You have to interview both sides of the conflict. I cannot get up right now and say the Gio people are wrong or the Mandingo people are wrong. Sometimes the culture of the Mandingos themselves make them come into conflict with a lot of people. They want to love to your daughter and have children and name them Mamadi. But when you want to date their daughter, they say you must pray first. All of them are not guilty of that, but there are a good number of them. Even to go rent in some people's house who are Muslims. Sheikh Avuma, with all due respect, I'm just doing some expert analysis. You know, if you are not Muslim, they say, I want to rent a place, somebody want to rent a place in PHP. And he belonged to a Mandingo guy, and he asked the guy, do you pray? The guy said, yes, I'm a Christian. He said, I know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about praying 7 times a day as a Muslim. He said, no, I can't give you the room. Now that is a potential source for animosity. You know, I know a Mandingo girl who fell in love with a Bassa man in Staten Island. The Mandingo father refused for more than 10 years for the girl to get married to the man. And that was the man she loved. Our people say, let tussle and tussle. So when you get in a community in which you are going to discriminate, and you want my daughter, I shouldn't go to your daughter, you got to demand some religious requirement. Love has no border. You people can love each other without even understanding each other. Speak different languages. Love and music, they don't have border, they don't have country, they don't have language. So the Mandingos themselves who are in that habit have to watch it. And probably that's part of the reason why they come into conflict with a lot of people also. But the Mandingo tribe, you have to remember, is a very viable economic tribe. They are into the business of distributing goods and services that some of our tribes are not ready to do. And so they are a useful commercial tribe. They are into the business of making money. And I told somebody, if all the Mandingos in Mali want to come to Liberia, we'll welcome them. Because in my culture, when anybody runs from his town and come to your town, even if it is an enemy, you have to give them water to drink, you have to give them a house. So that they don't feel homesick, and 2 generations down the line, they become part of you. All my Mandingo friends, I know they drink beer with me. And why? Abdullah Dukle, I go to his house, we drink wine. We drink stout. I'm not saying that all the Mandingo people drink, but there are some real Muslims who do not drink. So culture is changing from time to time, and this xenophobic thing about, oh, you are Guineans, you are this, you are that, it will not help us. Discrimination can be reversed. The women of this country have suffered probably more than the men, because their sons die, their husbands die. Some of them, when they go look for food for their children that survive the husband, sometimes they have to lay out with people they don't want to sleep with during war situation. And I think it is frustrating for anybody from any tribe to know that you can go in one country, you are not a citizen, you come in the other country, you are not a citizen. It is this thing that got this war in Cote d'Ivoire, citizenship. The children of the migrant workers that came from Burkina Faso and Mali that were born in Cote d'Ivoire, they are citizens of Cote d'Ivoire. But yet, a portion of their loyalty, because some of them are first or second generation, still go back to Mali and Burkina Faso. So the citizenship question, citizenship is not a stagnant thing. We think about it as stagnant. That is why some people say, you know, America should open your borders for more people to come. Because you all were illegal immigrants that came to the people country, took over the Indian people land. Why you won't stop other people from coming? After you settle the place. America is a country for refugees. It's a country you run to when you are running from persecution. It's a country to run to when you want knowledge and science. It's a country to run to when you have money and want to invest. It is a country in which, at least on the book, and they try to implement it in practice, everybody is considered equal in the eyes of the law. While George Bush was president, his daughter was arrested. Because she was under 18, she was going to buy alcohol. Tell me who arrests a certain president's daughter in Liberia here? NSA will come for you and change your name. So we have a lot to learn. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to get back into the Kofi Annan classroom. But I think conflict prevention, conflict resolution is an innovative process. Because they establish a war crime court in Sierra Leone does not mean that they should establish it in Liberia. We don't have the same conditions. This is a country of advanced gorillas. And when I say advanced gorillas, I mean advanced gorillas. The UN itself said they demobilized 103,000. But they're pretty close to 200,000 former combatants who can press trigger. We as a people, with the help of the international community, can turn these people around to rebuild Liberia. But because we want to be vindictive, because according to you, the former combatants killed my people, so they should be lingering in the street with no food, with their biological clocks ticking. They have wives, they have children. Their children need to eat. What do? You want to take a Sierra Leone example the Sierra Leone example, even transitional justice example in Sierra Leone is not best practice. People are afraid to speak when it comes to errors that the UN make, because they say the UN is all powerful. But we are all part of the UN, and I will speak here today as a stakeholder. I used to hold iron, but they took my iron away in Accra. And they gave me a stake. When I come to Liberia, you want to take the stake from me? What would I hold? Conflict is all around us. I show you in my own weak way what is going on in Cote d'Ivoire and Guinea. Transitional justice in Freetown has not gone well. because there were locals who influenced the decision to place certain people on the list to be charged. Because the former vice president of Sierra Leone wanted to be president, and he knew that after Tijan Kaba, Hinga Nama was coming next to be president. He placed Hinga Nama's name on the tribunal, on the war crime. They arrested him. How can you try one man for 5 years, then he died in your custody without announcing a verdict? Was this not a miscarriage of transitional justice? But people are afraid to talk against the UN when they make mistake. As a result, division grew up in the SLPP, the biggest party in Freetown. It split into 3 during the election, and Sierra Leone came this close to going back to war. The party, SLPP, is split into 3 factions. Do you think it is in the interest of the Sierra Leone people for the largest majority party in Sierra Leone to split into 3 factions? Because of Hinga Nama's arrest and death, portion of the SLPP went to Magai. The other portion remained with the party. The other portion went to Koroma. And that's why Beriwa didn't win. Because there were people in the party that wanted to punish Beriwa. The problems of this region must honestly be put on the table. I speak of Sierra Leone because I know if anything affects Sierra Leone, it will affect Liberia and vice versa. You have 90,000 strong Kamanjo that Hinga Nama led before. They are staying in Pujaun district. Some of them are upset about it. Tell me, portion of our border is with rebel country. If you go and grab 6 MPFL general, now the rest of them will fight their way through the bushes and enter the territory of the new forces in Cote d'Ivoire. How do you get them from there?
Thank you.
And Madam, to end, somebody asked me the question, I think it was Comrade Stewart, about the guns. How did the weapons go? Where are the weapons that the LURD used? I can sit here and tell you some of those weapons, especially the big one, went right back to Guinea where they came from anyway. And do you think it is impossible for them to come back? No. Write that down at the back of your mind. We deserve the factions, but the people who form the faction, who fight for the faction, are not dead. How do you turn them around to make them useful citizens? Can you punish all of them and save Liberia? The old man was asked, and this parable is for the TRC. The old man was, I think the old man was asked, he was holding a bird in his hand, and he said, this bird in my hand, is it dead or alive? And somebody said, Chief, the bird is in your hand. If you say it is dead, it is dead. If you say it is alive, it is alive. The bird is in your hand. The bad practice in Sierra Leone with local politics influencing people to go and get charged. You don't think it will happen here if we say we are bringing war crime tribunal? You think we have sufficiently made peace to honestly, objectively go after people? There will be people who will be placed on that thing because some people did not like them. And then we run into a dangerous possibility. You know, possibility and reality are dialectically connected. Anything that is a possibility is potential reality. Anything that is a reality is realized possibility. It is possible for this country to relapse into war. And these deliberations here are intended for us to sit before our peers, our people, and speak out on any matter. I will tell you, I'm one man who is not afraid to say anything if I say within reason and respect. If you kill this Joe Wylie, trust me, there will be 20,000 Joe Wylies tomorrow. As far as I'm concerned, in my tradition, in my tribe, when you give birth to children, you are dead. But just like in the Bible, it says Christ died. Christ didn't really die. We have to die and leave our old mindset behind and put on a new garment and say, gentlemen, we want from now on, let the children of Liberia dance every Christmas day without gunfire. And that is my motivation. When I came to Monrovia, Sam Jackson told me, Joe, you know we can all work together. We were friends, we can be friends. I said yes. But when did you people get to know that we could work together? How can you run a nation state and 700,000 of your people are in exile and you don't think it's a risk? Both a humanitarian crisis and a risk, because among those refugees are former combatants. And then when anything happens, the troops leave from Liberia, they invade Sierra Leone, the first place they attack will be the Liberian refugee camps. So the question I want to ask, if I run away from you, you kill my mom, you kill my pop, and I run in exile, and you run there and kill me or kill my brother, what makes you think I shouldn't die on the battlefield? I asked one Canadian officer, I said, when you people are fighting in Iraq, we're talking about child soldiers at Kofi Annan, where are the people, the children in Iraq from 9 years to 17? What are they doing? Where do you place them? They are in their millions. He said, I don't know. I said, those are the guys who are fighting you. But in your calculation, you are calculating conventionally. No. Children have always been used in war from day one. Even in the Bible, in European value now that we want to copy blindly. David was a child soldier. When he faced Goliath, he must have been like 12, anywhere between 12 and 16. Now tell me what right people in their right mind in modern day will send a 12-year-old to face somebody like Goliath. But David did not only have God in his favor, he had weapon, a more superior weapon in his favor. Because my elementary knowledge of physics will tell me that if any stone weighs anywhere between a half pound or so, or even less than that, and you throw it in the air and it move at a speed of anywhere between 60 to 80 miles per hour, if it hits any man in the head, it would knock him off his feet. So, from my own unconventional perspective of warfare, David had a superior weapon than Goliath. That's why he was. But David was a child soldier. We get innovative. We want to move forward. We are here today because things went wrong. No one, if we want people who committed crime in Liberia since 1847 to pay for all the crime, we will never move forward. Let me get the next question, please.
There was a scene in the Battle for Monrovia.
Yep.
A common saying in the language of the rocket, such as your ma there,
Your pa there.
your pa there. As a senior official of Lloyd, did you hear this statement?
I did not hear the statement because I was not on the battlefield. But I know that after we came to Monrovia, I heard something like that.
More mortar.
Huh?
More mortar.
More mortar. But if you are affiliated, if you were ever associated with rebels, you will know that rebels have their own language. They have a special way of walking on the street. And you and I walk down Broad Street and we see 20 persons. 9 times out of 10, if I tell you 4 of them were former rebels, I'll be right. So rebels have their own language. Yeah, people might have said that. In fact, no mocking. I heard no mocking. But if you will remember, when I left 2000 and I went to the States, 2003 July, I went to the States. 2002 July, I went to the States. I did not come back until 1 year later. I came to Accra. But things were said, probably things were done that were not appropriate. And I was saying yesterday, so many tactics. Charles Taylor is the most advanced rebel leader in the sub-region. The man got tactics. It's not funny. And you have to sit down and study that man in order to defeat him. When we were fighting over Gegedu, guess what he did? He took more than 30 guys who were coming with Dennis Mingo, fighting against us, the Kamajan, the Guinean soldiers, and the Lur, and gave them Ulimo ID with Alhaji Krumah picture on it. So when some of them were caught by the Guineans, it created confusion, because the Guineans thought that it was the same people that they were helping, that they were fighting them. And so the Guineans and the Lur had to exchange fire in Gegedu, and 7 Guineans died, 5 Lur soldiers died because of that confusion. He said, oh, that you are the same people. So they got skeptical, and he created that to do. But Taylor is a genius when it's come to planning warfare and probably evil. Where he is politically, I must say, silly, is that it's the politics. But the guy is good. Trust me. He's good. He can plan, he can execute, and he can accomplish mission. Taylor wants you to accomplish a mission. He asks you how much the mission will cost. You tell him, Chief, is $500. He will tell you take 1,500. The men respect the dollar. And you will go and accomplish that mission. So, rebels have their own mindset. And we have to study the rebellion in the sub-region. In fact, I just received an invitation from the I think it's a coalition for democratic change or something, CDD, in Nigeria. And they are asking me to come to Guinea to tell them what the residual problems are in the post-conflict era. They are going to pay my plane ticket, pay me hotel, maybe we'll stay 3-4 days. We want to do the conferences in all the places. We want to create awareness that security is now transnational. The region that we are in is in trouble. You know from where? No matter who you are. From the Colombian drug laws. The Colombian drug laws are now recruiting parliamentarians, immigration officers across the sub-region. And they are paying them top dollar to use our country as a transit point to send, but drug goes with what? Guns, usually. And sometimes when you check it clearly, it's not too far from what we call terrorism because they create a fertile ground. It's illegal activities. Terrorism is real. It's not a figment of the American mind. But it is hard to determine who is a terrorist.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
My last question would be, what do you have to say about the innocent civilian casualty?
I spoke earlier that there are unintended consequences in any conflict. We will sit here, and what I want to say to that question, I want to say in my closing remarks. Because I don't want to say it now and say it again when I'm closing. But I believe we all need to tell the Liberian people, Yako. Yako in Baule means sorry. Because we can't go any other route. I think Famule was defiant with respect to going to apologize to the True Party people. No, don't single any one group out to apologize to. But the Liberian people as a whole deserve some apology because they were subjected to treatment they did not deserve. And I told my own people, I said, it is not just us, the Crowns and the Mandingos that live in Liberia or the Guios. If we want to fight, if we were in the olden days, say you all want to be warriors, we make a fence, we put all of you inside your fire, kill each other out, let the other Liberians live in peace. They have a right to this country to bring up their children in security. Today, we are talking about security. If I ask you, the commissioners, what kind of security do we have in this country now as we speak? Because there are two main types of security. There's what we call regime security, in which when the president is his or her ministers and government officials and their children are safe, then the country is safe. But right outside Kakata, anybody can kill anybody there. When will our security be people's security? So if you the government, you feel that you are safe, you think you are safe, there's another security that we must worry about. Food. If your people cannot eat, and you call yourself government, they can't afford the price of bag of rice, and people start to miss child stealer, then you don't think you have a problem? Security is, the meaning of security is now too large. Security does not mean police, soldier, army, and all that. Security also is education.
We'll wait for your last word, Mr. Witness.
Thank you.
Commissioner Boo.
Thank you, Commissioner Umosila, for the line of questionings. You've asked most of the questions that I had. I'm Commissioner Pearl Brown Boo. Mr. Witness, I want to say thank you very much for presenting to us a 76-page document. It's voluminous, but it have a lot of things in it. And I want to say thank you for participating in this historical glory. And in it, how, like I ask people sometimes, who do men say I am? In talking, you say that you Mr. Conflict expert. You're an agent of change. You're a fighter for peace. Am I correct with these words, these quotations? That's what you said?
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Now, and I'm so happy that I'm more interested in the last part, fighter for peace, because this is where we find ourselves now, looking for peace, and we're interested in peace building. I want to say thank you very much. Also, when you were talking, you said, do they hear us? Do they care? Do they care to know whether this thing happened in my area? So many people were killed. You name about 46 of them in this paper. But I want you to please refresh your memory, and not just your family. We want you to please give after this thing to the hearing officer or any of our staff here, the ones that concerned and authorized, the names of as many people, those who died or from your area, because that is part of our task. Your story is not also personal from this book, but it's national. Your story to the TRC and the nation has enlightened us about many things, many people, many places, how, why, how, when, and whom. How a piece of our sovereignty was contracted
To a mercenary company.
Huh?
I said to what do you call military NGO?
Okay. Their story seemed to be, thank you, a story of truth. You told us about, you brought all the political intrigues and connivances, but you show also the compassion of certain individuals and people. You really show that politics really makes strange bedfellows. It also shows that politics not for amateurs, it's for pros. Because there were those who tried to come in the political arena and they were killed and left by the wayside. And today you stand as a fighter for peace. This could not have been done reading the book and your experience without, and I want to say, the intervention, the prayers of your wife, Christina Francis Hackins. She carrying your name?
She's Justina Wylie.
Okay, Miss Wylie. Because from the time you told us how your little nine girl prayed, and many times she sent you money and you use it for other purposes. But still, I can only say, like Proverbs 31, chapter 10, who can find a virtuous woman? Her price is far above rubies, but the heart of her husband trusts in her, and she shall have no lack of gain. because she does him good and not evil. And that her good, that her husband is known. And as you spoke and I read this thing, I could see Joe Wylie, her husband. I'm not praising you, exalting you to say this man had done all this and why you want to make him feel he's important. But surely her husband is known when he sits in the gates among the elders of the land. She opened her mouth with wisdom, and in her tongue is the law and kindness. I also, in your book, you show the significant lessons we learn from all these wars, these intrigues, these new political people, and some who we didn't know how their feelings. You show it to us. And another thing that you just talked about at the end, the emergence of transnational criminal groups with strong drugs and gun running. It also shows the role deep inside the Mana River Basin, the conflict, where we can see migration of combatants and weapons from one conflict to another. Migration of weapons from the Mana River Basin to Liberia, and despite Liberia were under sanction, the role of the political leaders in the other country. You said, and this is what I'm coming to, that it is wrong to consider all of the former combatants wrongdoers because they did not start the conflict in Liberia. And why? And they did not bring in arms. They were also victims of the conflict. But other speakers before you, participants, we asked them because they talk about Totma, they talk about Talbot, they talk about Doe. They were in the too much to know about them. So we found out about, and they talk about Taylor because he also was a president. Joe Wylie, in fact 1969 when you started school, that the first year I started college, so it's a long bridge. But I want to bring you to the people who were your heroes then, 69 and up to 1999 and up to 2003, because 1999 I see Joe Wylie now coming as a leader. You cannot divorce yourself and say you were not a leader, one of the leaders of LERD. You were.
I coined the term LERD. I was on the National Executive Council of LERD.
And thank you for your candor. This is what we want. Now, Joe Wylie, I saw you came so close that 1985, for your testimony, you were even in the mansion to the back. You and the late Coupotier.
Yes.
And you did very well there. Thank God, because if not, you won't be living to tell the story. Perhaps people mistook the time Joe Wylie 85 were behind the mansion, in the mansion, to another period in the mansion that something significant happened. And could you, with your candor, please, because those are some of the rumors, taking the years in Liberia, we don't read Liberia, most of us, we take hearsay, and I want you on an oath. There was a time, in fact, we asked Mr. Kuma, and he even in his paper talked about the shooting of Taylor, when Taylor was shot and he escaped and even came to his house on the step and he told them no, he in blood, let him go home. Were you Joe Wylie? Do you know anything about the incident with the alleged attempted coup on then President, I think he was President, interim, one of the councilmen, Charles Taylor?
Right.
Were you around, or could you please give us an clearance, because they placed you at the mansion, so, you know.
I don't think I was around. I was not around. But, you know, I have my own way of finding things out.
Let us hear you, brother.
And sometimes what you get from third party may not necessarily be the actual reality. But the rumors I heard was that the plot to kill Taylor was an LPC plot. Liberian Peace Council people cook up that plot. Probably it was done at a mid-level and Bodie may know about it or may not know. I don't have any evidence to link George Bodie himself. But the guys who went to do the job, they were rookies, they were not experienced, they were not experts. That's why Taylor lived. If I were on that mission, he wouldn't survive.
Thank you. You from the Sapo tribe?
Yes, ma'am.
Oscar Kuya is from the Sapo tribe.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think the Sapos and the Crowns. And for clarity, because I don't understand, and many people out there, that the other group who they call the Bush Crew, or are you all the first cousins to the Crown?
We used to be called the Crew.
The Crew.
But linguistically, we are a hybrid tribe. The Crew, we speak Crew and we speak Crown, but the Crown and the Crews don't understand each other. But there's something else I want to tell you about the Sapos with respect to the war.
Yeah.
You know, when Doke was saying, a lot of the Sapo people got angry. Not only the Sapo people, but a lot of people who were like admiring were saying, when the war started in 1990, the MPFL was killing the Sapo. The Crown's soldiers were killing the Sapos because they said that they are Western people, and I took part in they are Western people, and they will join the rebellion. They will join Charles Taylor. So the Sapo tribe was sandwiched. That tribe was sandwiched between two factions. That's how through Tequia, the Sapo tribe is the only tribe with its own faction, with no other tribe in it. Even the Crown factions, like Yulimo J, they are mixed. But the the LPC was a real, what we call, Narotaro faction.
What? That word? You say?
Narotaro.
What that means?
Narotaro means hello, Talo means hello.
Okay.
You know, but because of the condition they were in, they had to defend themselves. And some of what they did in defending themselves also constituted excesses.
That now, like I started with the leaders, those leaders, we put Taylor in from the leader's standpoint,
yes.
But also as a military man, I want you started it. Please, you started with, I want to know, for you in your own mind, from your opinion, please tell me about Mr. Famule, Mr. Bole, because those are the people who were the warring people and who you interacted with, because now I really can all who put you in with this brilliant military mind. All those you said Charles Taylor is a man with the most advanced tactics. Taylor is a genius when planning warfare. He can plan, execute, and accomplish a mission. That's what you said about Taylor.
Yes.
Now, you really started it with Mr. Famule, because he said he was not part of any warring faction. But we see here that you've testified that Famule brought in gave the ammunition, brought you in so far with 29 men who didn't bring you in, but even his military attire or habiliments, so that he even gave you a portion of that, and you could, wear it around, similar to say, although he was not here physically, but spiritually he would. So although one will not ask me, you want to go somewhere, pay taxes?
No, I want to collect the taxes.
Hot tax, they stop it in your area. One of your progressive. That is last question. Then if you, Chama, I do that. For him to. For his action is very good. What you do, I mean, when you prepare for the one, when you say they want to put it in the third as a result, people die, people supposed to come, you know, when you look at it, he the one who made the arrangement for Momon to give this. He have some relationship with Sarah Lynn. He made it. Yeah. I got his statement right here.
You from there?
You mommy. I can say what he said, Momotori. Shaka still say you are more generous than Taylor. What he said, Shaka still told him.
So you wrap up everything he said?
No, who he? No, I just want to just put him on because you want to send him. He said he never family. Taylor. What he said, who will help Taylor?
Sorry.
I would like,
Commissioner.
I would like for you to please tell me about the man family, because in his statement he did go to Shaka Stephen and Momon to ask to poke your Kuyampa. He hooked Kuyampa up and he gave the military some ammunition. So please tell me about the man family as you know him with respect to the war thing. Or you started saying something about him here, but please say that. And about Kuma, the man Kuyampa, LPC, Bole, because those were the leaders now of these different factions.
Right.
I don't know, we have a lot of one Nima and a Lofa Defense Force, although someone came here, Kuma, and said Francois Massacre never went to Lofa. I didn't argue with him because Francois Massacre was indeed killed in Lofa. The time when he died, he was getting the plea and he was shot. So I'm sure that historically it's known that Francois Massacre died in Lofa because, you know, and if you know anybody who are from the Nima Defense Force also, just tell us the character of these men according to you, how you know it.
Well, I think I said a couple of things about family here earlier.
And just 1 minute before you start, so do you believe this, what he said, Mr. Family speaking said, Shaka Stevens said, the people said about him, family, the people say you are more generous than Taylor. Unquote, Mr. Family own words here. That's what Shaka Stevens told him.
That he family was more dangerous
than Taylor, when it was in a context when they were trying to persuade him, I think, to join Taylor after they've had those training in Libya.
Right. Well, I don't know about that statement, but to a certain extent, Fambula and Taylor rub little shoulder. I don't know why they say he's more dangerous than Taylor. I don't see any danger that Fambula poses. I know Fambula is somebody who can sometimes get emotional and say things, but he has a human heart, and people are like that. I don't think he's dangerous. He's not dangerous more than Taylor. Fambula has never, I don't know any instance of where Fambula has personally harmed anybody except probably through his rhetorics, his fiery rhetorics. I think the man is harmless, because if he were dangerous and he raised a force, trained in Libya, how come he didn't put them in the bush? He wasted too much time. And you see, there are several categories of revolutionaries. There are those who can just sit behind desks and they just do the theory all the time, and there are the real operatives who know how to get stuff done. So I don't think the brother is dangerous. I think he's a nice person. He just sometimes has an attitude problem, you know, and there's nothing I can do about it. I have my own attitude sometimes, you know. So the danger things, but let me talk about Bole and the LPC. When the Mandingos and the Crowns decided to fight, there were many Mandingos and many Crowns who didn't want to take part in that fight after Ulimo split. And most of the guys from the southeast who were with Ulimo, they said, but you people are fighting over here, sitting, some people digging diamonds and doing all kinds of things. We want to go in the southeast and free our place. LPC was initially organized, according to my information, as the political arm of Ulimo to raise money, to take care of refugees, and do all kinds of things. But when Krumah and Johnson started tussling, and the kids who have been eating together, who were friends, so tied up together, started fighting each other because of these two leaders. A large number of them disengaged from that fight. I know a Mandingo guy who said that he would not fight for Ulimo because he didn't want to fight the Crown people. And I asked him why. He said the Crown people are more expert in fighting than us. In fact, they protected us. So we can't go overboard. Even when we have our own problem, it looks like it's in the same camp. I'm not ready to shoot them, so I'm getting out. I will not fight. But most of those people came. Then when Octopus came, Terquia took advantage of Octopus to transfer arms and ammunition through Buchanan with 52 men to go and capture the southeast. After capturing the southeast, Sino, Maryland, Granger, they came back and captured Buchanan itself. Because at that time, they used money, they used all kinds of stuff. George Bole was more like a ceremonial leader to me. But George Bole to me was not cut out to be a rebel leader. And that was why we had to cover Mose probably in LPC than George Bole himself. So the little I know about George Bole is that George Bole is a guy who is afraid. When real generals go to visit him, he can shake sometime. You know, Terquia, Ruth Milton, you know, Chris Farley. You know, those were the real doers in the Liberian Peace Council. and George Bole. At one time, Tequia called me and said, Bole is messing up. Joe, April 6th is about to happen. We need you to come down from America and head this thing. I told Tequia no. LPC is a SAPO militia. I don't join tribal militias. Until LPC is transformed into a national unit, I'm not going to join. Secondly, I don't want to go to Liberia to fight over LPC leadership with George Bole. I was putting my life together in the States. I didn't want to be better. So LPC was one of the fastest warring factions in the Southeast. Some of them came to Monrovia and took part in that April 6th fight. That's so much that I know about them. How they got their weapons, money. Probably when George Bole appears here, he will answer that question. I think you wanted me to talk about
Alhaji Kroma.
Alhaji GB Kroma. Alhaji really wanted to be a jihadist.
Or what?
A jihadist. You know what a jihadist is? A religious fighter.
Or religious, yes.
Right. But when Alhaji makes, when Ulimo was founded by a carpet, and the Mandingos were in Ulimo before Alhaji, he didn't take them there. Raleigh Siki recruited the Mandingo and took them to Freetown to fight. But Alhaji came, he wanted the leadership, and all the things that happened. He and Roosevelt clashed later on, because Roosevelt was a protege of Carpet. So I know Alhaji is a highly educated man. I respect him. I call him big brother sometimes, sir, because where he has reached in life in terms of experience, I haven't reached there. And I think he's playing his role that he played. But a lot of people in town listening to Alhaji Kroma, especially about April 6th and a few things, his testimony didn't go down well with them. Because the people were here, they know the truth. So that's so much I want to say about Kroma. You didn't mention the Congo Defense Force.
The Congo?
Defense Force, yeah.
Oh yeah, who
It
was
was in the Broadville, Artington area.
who was the commander? Could you please tell us about the Congo Defense Force? Because I understand when the Mandingos and Ulimoke and Ulimo J was fighting in that area, when Ulimoke took over, 9 persons died, Moton Corner, Broadville. So who's the head of that Congo Defense Force?
I don't know the real head, but Ama Yuru was associated with that force.
Yeah, Ama.
At that time, Roosevelt Johnson was growing strong, and one time we heard about Congo Defense Force, somewhere in that corridor. And Ulimo J gave them one attack, the whole organization dissolved.
Yeah. Ulimo J or Ulimoke?
Ulimo J gave the Congo Defense Force one attack.
So Ulus were heading the Congo Defense Force?
Yes, and most of them had cutlasses.
You think he had a Congo girl or something?
No, the Congo girls. In the night, we are natives and Congos just intermingled so much. In the day, the distinctions come in. But the Congo Defense Force lived for probably one day. So they didn't get their act together and they went to face real tycoons. But the local defense force, Francois Massacre, I think The rumors I heard, Lair didn't kill Francois Massaquoi. I think Taylor did. Francois Massaquoi never got out of the plane. But they say a bullet was fired. But there was no mark on the plane where the bullet passed to kill him. But I know that Taylor is a man who believes in elimination. Especially when you jump on his line. I mean, the Doki case and a whole lot of cases will speak for themselves. Francois, according to my intelligence I gather, and this is not, it may not be factual.
Yes.
When Lair struck in Lofa, Taylor called Francois Massaquoi to go to Lofa and bring the Lofa Defense Force to fight the Lair. Francois Massaquoi, not being very security conscious, got outside of Taylor's office and made a comment that, oh, Taylor think I'm stupid to go up to send my people to go fight. Let him bring the money. It got back to Taylor. So Taylor probably may have arranged a nice accident for him as a mafia man. You know? But anybody can shoot you in a plane and drop you to Phoebe in the air. There were guns in the plane, but all they needed to do was to fly over Vanjima and say we went Vanjima and Lair forces shot us. Heston William, far away from Conakry, who received the information, who was spokesman at the time, decided to claim the death of Francois Massaquoi. Later on, when we did our homework, no, we don't think. Even this former deputy minister from National Security, who said you are taking things up there to boost the morale of the men, and he didn't come back. I think Ross, eh?
Yeah, Ross.
Ross. Yes. He was one of the guys. He was in the Liberian police April 14, right? When did he join the police? But Emmy Ross could have met the same fate like Francois Massaquoi.
Somewhere in Papolu area there.
Right. You know, Taylor knows how to play some games. You know, and Taylor can sit with you and have lunch with you, knowing that he will kill you next week, and look right in your face and laugh. So the man, I think he's more dangerous than Famule.
Okay, that's sort of in your opinion. Okay, thank you very much for the questioning. I don't want to go into the Torbo's death with the Westerfield and Steve Torbo. But Steve Torbo died 1975.
Yeah.
And Willie Torbo was, on the plane accident. So I would want, don't you think that if there were any problem with the Americans or alleged whoever, that they took care of him, he was taken care of in the sense of water or 75, that do you think?
Let me tell you something else that was happening with Torbert. Torbert was fighting for the freedom of the South Africans, quietly.
Yes.
He was also fighting for Zimbabwe's liberation.
Okay.
In the war in Angola, Tobo and Moja had the same position. They recognized the MPLA of NATO. The Americans were supporting UNITA. If Liberia is supposed to be the stepchild of America, how come Tobo had a divergence of foreign policy objectives when it came to Angola that was different from the Americans? So Tobo was getting kind of independent. And he made a speech before the United Nations. I don't have a copy of that speech, But that speech was very significant in also defining the role of that class of people that were running Liberia at the time. Talbot, like I said, established relationship with the Soviet Union. He sent his son-in-law, Tony King, to Romania, which was a communist country. When there were laws on our books, influenced by the Cold War, that certain people in Liberia should not visit certain communist countries. Talbot was a metropolitan thinker. He was not in a corner with this Cold War stale politics. He was reaching out, and he commanded enormous amount of respect on the international scene. But Talbot, like the True Party, was caught in a historical barbed wire.
Thank you very much for contributing, and last of all, you also talk about the role of the press and also how you became a press person. You are a survivor, and I hope you will continue. And what I was impressed about, you brought even your little child here. So at least we show you in our testimony before your little child.
No way.
And you said you have 16 children.
Positive.
And thank you very much for contributing to the population of this country. And also, as I told you once, I would like to know outside the name, you know the name from which ethnic background they're from, to show really you don't believe in tribalism or sectionalism, and you're true patriotic Liberian. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Sorry. Well, you mentioned the press. You know, nobody has really assessed the role of the press in the Liberian Civil War. Do you know the media can be used to fan the flames of a conflict?
Yes, yes.
There is something called hate media.
Yes.
What I found out in the course of my research about the BBC, for example, the BBC was used by Taylor to transmit coded messages to men in Sierra Leone and on a battlefield in Liberia. So the role of the press, one BBC journalist I will not name told me in confidence that they heard rumors at the BBC circle that Robin White was given $1 million by the French intelligence to keep Taylor on the air. $1 million United States dollars. So what interests French intelligence that they wanted to do this, keep Taylor in the press? Commissioner Coleman, he's not here today, said something about, various stages of liability, but he didn't complete it. What will happen to Blaise Compaoré, who allowed $26 million worth of arms to come here? What is this tribunal thing? This TRC thinking? Is he not liable? Blaise Compaoré didn't stop there. He's still supporting the new forces. He's supporting the Tuareg rebels as we speak with the help of France. The border of Algeria and Mali there's uranium. But ECOWAS saw it fit to give him the chairmanship because ECOWAS believe that if you don't want anything to leave your cookie jar, give it to the thief in the house. It's not a foolish decision. But Blaise has also been turning around in recent time. They're trying to get him away from that using Burkina Faso to visit weapons and terror on the sisterly African countries. The Malian representative at the ECOWAS meeting I went to complain about Burkina Faso's support for the Tuareg rebel in the north of Mali. What will you people recommend for such people? What will you recommend for Francois Mitterrand's son, who and Taylor looted our timber out of Liberia?
That's why you see I brought out what you're talking about, the role of actors in the Mana River Basin. We will be pushed on. That's why if the Liberians gave us a time and let us do our work, including the press, they will see we have different stages. We ask people to read the TRC Act.
Right.
We will be investigating and talking, and that's why we call you all here. We could have done it many times, repeated by the chairman and other commissioners. We could have sat down at TRC office, get some research people to go find things.
Right.
But now, I think Liberians more than ever should realize that the Liberian problem, Liberians have to solve it. Other people are interested for their own interests. Now it's becoming to come out clearly because rumors. But those actors to know, to show the role of some of our African leaders, the role of the countries, our international partners, and quote NGOs, even the role of ECOMOG, the peacekeepers.
Right.
Now that's why we're more interested in peace building than peacekeeping.
Right.
And to build a peace, Liberians have to do it.
That is true.
So we have that in mind. We'll call and we will do it. We want y'all to tell us, so they can't say the same Liberians when we start putting our hands and making our decision for them not to know and start targeting and looking at us. Educate them. We want many Liberians to come out who have the knowledge. And when y'all give it to us, that's why I made the public to know that you gave 76 pages and single file to not even double. So thank you for contributing to this historical glory.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you. For your willingness to testify and giving us some information that we think will help us in our reporting process as well as recommendation. My colleagues have asked you so many questions, but I will ask you a few questions that are considered burning issues. And in testifying about the preparatory stage of 1985 episode, you said after you were successful of leaving Liberia and went back to Sierra Leone, you were taken to the military, to a training camp where you got some rehearsal, and you were told many things. The number of soldiers awaiting you here, what the expectations were, and the number of personalities that are also associated with the coup. Can you say frankly that upon your arrival, those things that were said to you about the preparation of men and women, some men and women in the army, and other things were true or just sheer morale?
Well, when you say men and women armed, you mean the AFL people that were waiting on the other side?
Yeah.
Or the civilian team that was helping us to do the job on the ground?
Yes.
The men, I said it yesterday, that as for the AFL, They did not help us to consolidate. Some of them were picking jobs. Some of them told us they didn't have guns because they had disarmed them. You know. But let me tell you one thing that happened on that day I didn't include in my testimony. I went to Madame Salif's house in my uniform. On the day of November 12th. She gave me a plate of palm butter and rice to eat. But she was kind of skeptical. Maybe she knew something I didn't know. She was happy, she seemed happy, but you know, coups like that, you don't get so very happy until you know the final whistle is blown. So definitely, even when we're in the camp training, we were only 8 of us, and she got arrested. Kumba and I were drinking palm wine on the flagpole in front of our little place we were staying. And he said, Joe, we have to go and rescue that woman. So I said, 8 of us? He said, yes. I said, no. Chief, we can't do this. The force is too small to challenge our nation's national army. The AFL is very well trained. But he made a suggestion for us to move immediately. I say we have to get more manpower. We sent Imara Dennis to Côte d'Ivoire to bring 30 men. He blundered. The Liberian embassy found out. He ran away, went to Accra and took a plane and came to us after spending more than $10,000. You know, so we got a couple of Sierra Leoneans, Lauren Wills and others came. So Harry Graves, Robert Phillips, what's his name? James Holder were our key contact people. But I knew that they were liaising also with the madam, the Iron Lady. So we had people on this end that were supporting our coup. And we had other people who came to us, the Archie Williams and other people. So we fail because of the reasons I explained yesterday. And if we want to dissect the various categories of people and the ranks who took part, you know, we have to really sit down again and do our own research, like Mrs. Boo said. You know, people go into such arrangements sometimes because of anger, not knowing that their capacity to actually achieve what they want is not there. If I were the one to organize the November 12 coup, I was not even going to come from the Freetown border. I will use the Freetown border as a decoy and land on the beaches, do an amphibious operation, and get right in the mansion and do what we got to do. But coups are not fashionable anymore because people, they have happened. I remember in the 60s and 70s were the years of the coup. The people who conducted the coup and got rid of the post-colonial leaders, they themselves became so very corrupt until their own people under there were fed up with them. So the coup euphoria died out naturally, and people started opting for a more democratic process of change. Which countries saw more coups in West Africa? All of them. Ghana, they were making coups. Afrifa, Achampon, Akufo, all kinds of coups. But today, I can safely say here that the Ghanaian army, after experimenting with politics for over 20 years, it tried to reap bad name, and it decided to just go back to the barracks, play its constitutional role. We are looking for a future in which the military will be controlled by democratically elected civilians. And the duty of the army as per the Constitution is to protect our territorial integrity, help our population in terms of natural disaster, help to construct bridges, and even make farms. The Indonesian military only gets 25% of its budget from the government. The other 75% is raised by the military itself by doing construction work and all kinds of farming, and they raise their own revenue. The idea of a military now is even changing. People are trying to civilianize the militaries. And you might wonder what I mean by the civilianization of the military. It is no longer fashionable to have former generals to become defense ministers, because the possibility of the defense minister conniving with the army to overthrow a constitutionally elected president is real. So if I must go back to Ghana, the Ghanaians have gone back, and it has helped the military. Its prestige is better. Ghana now has the second best civil military relations or civil security relation on the continent, next to Egypt. So if we are looking for best practice, we don't have to look far. Our own military, in contrast, was a dumping ground for people probably who didn't make it, and even the ruling class looked upon them. According to Dr. Guano, when the Liberian Frontier Force were formed in 1908, in 1909, that Frontier Force went on a strike. When the Frontier Force went on a strike for, I think, low pay or no pay, that was the statutory force. But the government officials were paying more attention to the militias they had before, and not the statutory force. That's what brought the contention. So when they struck, they brought in the militia to fight the legitimate army, and the militia defeated the AFL on February 12th. Somehow, our leaders at the time twisted that history to turn it into Armed Forces Day instead of saying the Militia Day. Because it was the militia that had the upper hand that day. They killed a whole bunch of AFL people or Frontier Force people. So, thank you, sir.
What I was trying to find out,
yes, sir,
from you is that from what you said, you were pressed under high impression. And even you asked questions, both
yes,
outside and here. Suppose the coup failed.
What do we do?
What do we do? And you were sure that it will not fail. So my question is, those promises that were made to you, and when you get on the ground,
Or something different.
was something different.
Right, but it was late.
So it was characterized by false hope.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay.
You are correct.
You also talk about Pride Farm massacre. Where is Pride Farm located?
Prafa is located 20 miles north of Greenville on the main highway. And Pratt Farm used to, it is named after somebody from Greenville, Mr. Pratt. He used to have a farm over there. And people were already living there, but when you're a big shot, you go in the town, you are nice to the people, you say, okay, let's just give the chief the village name. It was a small town which started to grow. And I think there are commissioners that travel to that town, and they were able to get more information than I did. And I'm very thankful. I'm thankful to them for doing that, because when I sit here and say, oh, they kill all my people in the town, they say, oh, the man is supposed to story. I'm not. It happened.
You talk about survivors.
Yes, sir.
Is it possible that some of these survivors can be brought to TRC for confirmation and affirmation of this massacre?
Yes, when a few commissioners went there, probably including the chairman, I think they took some of them to Greenville. They took one Talu who survived. I saw him in Monrovia the other day. I think he's still here. I'll try to find out. If I get him, I will let him come here. There are survivors. There's Ojugu Swe, who is probably still in the Bujumbura camp, and I will try to call him if he's there. Maybe the TRC can make arrangements, because he still got the wounds of the bullet on his hand, and he was young then when it happened. He's a man now. He has his own family, you know, and he's studying import and export in Ghana. So there are a lot of survivors. There are people who came to that village to look for food who got killed also. But majority of the people who got killed there were my blood relatives.
In your statement, you attach a photo of place of bodies.
Yes.
That is termed as one of the September 18 massacres.
Right.
And that this incident took place on Lane Street. You attributed the publication of this to Musu and Hadar.
Musu Hadar, yes, I quoted her in that document.
Can you further elaborate how these bodies were put together? And
well, you know, she mainly came in. If you will read it, before Taylor attacked Camp Johnson Road, he had a prayer service in one church. I don't know which one. And usually when Taylor decided to go to church and hold a prayer service, anyone who has been following and knows it means that he's about to do bad. It was after that prayer service that he did. Then there was a situation of 11 officers, including Thomas Dowie and Congo City, who were taken out of the cells at Post Taki, taken on the highway and murdered. The government said it was people who were trying to rescue them, and they had an exchange of fire, and the prisoners who were behind bars in the prison died. But that was just an excuse and an alibi that doesn't fit. But 11 officers were rounded up. As we speak, the families of those 11 officers, including Konodowe's children, don't know where the bodies are. So, okay, if they died as a result of exchange of fire, then where are the bodies? They never produced the bodies. And that remains a hanging issue, probably on the conscience of this nation, that those victims, Konodowe and his colleagues, like Madison William, must be given their proper burial one day. And those people who were associated, who knew what happened, if the TRC can lay its hands on them, they might probably help us in finding the bones of the dead 11 officers. So September 18, killing took place with the refugees at the public works who were displaced. They considered them to be a bunch of crown people, and they were killing anybody on Camp Johnson Road, calling them crown. There are people who are from different tribes who have lived on Camp Johnson Road for more than 40 years. They're not crown. And there were people in the St. Thomas Church that got killed, but they themselves clean up, the government forces clean up the bodies. But somebody sneaked and took that picture. And that person, I think their identity also needs to be protected. Because I gave them my word that I need this photo. If less than 12 months after your inauguration as President of the Republic, you will kill more than 1,000 of your own citizens, I think that shows you about the thing I said about the tripods. Any arrangement that stands on 3 legs, if you remove one, it will fall. It is because of the breakdown of the security services, the fragmentation of the army, all of the factions that were formed, almost all had an AFL commander. Around that commander, they recruited the militias. So, if ECOWAS had come in, and we are taking care of the restructuring of the security services to represent, and that's why right now I think because of that example, we should be careful with what we are doing with the army now. There is too much yo-yo and grumble and contention about the restructuring of our army as we speak. It should be done right. And it shouldn't be done by the personal ideas and whims of a particular individual. That army we are creating must be loyal to this nation and not any specific president. That's why under Judy Bryant, I was crying every day on TV. I said, let's restructure the army before the new government comes. It got delayed, and the press almost put me in a mess. I went to a workshop at the YMCA. I was coming out, and the press asked me, this workshop was about the restructuring. I said, it is preferable for us to have a trained army, newly trained army sitting in there before the new administration comes in. Because when they come in, they will tamper with the command, they will tamper with everything, they will tinker with it. It is human. And what I said has come to pass. So, even though we cannot go back to undo what has been done, but we can fix it. Liberia does not need SSR. What Liberia needs is SST, security sector transformation. That's what Liberia needs. Because our security services have been so badly fractured during the 14 years of war, we need to transform the entire thing from the bottom up. And therefore, it should be the collective responsibility of all of us, including our international partners. I read the statement that called for America to take the lead role at the Abuja Peace Conference on the restructuring of the army. Because the doctrine our army has always followed has been the American doctrine. And we thought that they could come in to help us. But you know, Liberia has been bad lucky. Anytime war started in Liberia, there was some problem in the Gulf. And you know, where the oil is at stake, then America's vital interest is there. So Liberia looks more like a banana republic as compared to Iraq. So the Americans were more inclined to pay attention to the Gulf. That's how France was able to get away with what they did. Robert Gay was chief of staff when the arms were coming in from Burkina Faso. He initially rejected that, but after they showed him a few bucks, some brown envelopes, he got in line. Houphouët was always sick in Paris. Alassane Ouattara was prime minister then. So plenty things have happened.
Thank you.
To our army, to our nation, and I believe we should try to rebuild this country from the ground up.
In your document,
Yes, sir.
you underline 3 things as being the root cause or causes for the creation of anti-killer military coalition.
Yes.
As an expert, again we have gone through another disarmament process
Right.
that is far below comprehensive. If the TRC were to ask you to outline those unfinished issues that needed the immediate attention of the TRC and the government and people of Liberia, will you be prepared and willing to draw up an executive summary of those issues that you consider as binding and potential threats to our fledgling democracy and peace?
Yes, sir. I'll be ready. I'll be willing like yesterday, because I believe it points to the way forward. So I will also take advantage of that to give us, or give this nation, all of the potential flashpoints within our borders. I will also like to throw some light in that executive summary on the impact of the smuggling of arms on our societies. I will also recommend in that summary that the arms that have been brought for our police and our new army must be properly managed, and the stockpile of arms should not leak into the hands of civilians again. Because the lack of system, the lack of mechanism can also make legitimate arms from the hands of security officers learn. And one of those things I will cite is that our police and our army must be paid properly, and our immigration officers must be paid properly. As we speak, the wages they get are poverty wages, especially our immigration, who form the first line of our defense. They should be well paid, so that if their take-home pay can take them home, they will hesitate to take a bribe. But if the take-home pay can't take him home, and the man shows up with 6 guns and drop $500, you say, "My man can't attend ya. What you going to do?" He said, "No, for my own protection." Then the gun is gone. And hidden guns are only hidden, and when they come out, they will hurt somebody. So I will do those things in our executive summary. I will try to trace the origin and probably some recommendations on the Loma-Mandingo dichotomy, the ethnic question in Lofa. I will touch on the intractable communal violence between the Peles and the Mandingo in the Bon County area. I will also touch on the problems between the Mandingos and the Dios, or the Nimarians out there. I will touch on the Sapo, Coup differences in Sino. And there are some frictions between the Grebos and even the Crowns in Grand Jide, to the point where the Grebos in Grand Jide, have broken away to form their own county. But there are Grebos who geographically belong to Riwaji County who don't want to leave Grand Jide. They consider themselves to be Grangidians. So we have all these problems. I will also make it a point to let you know that even though I have said here that we should all be one, and not all Americo-Liberians are oppressors, but there is still a divide which has not been properly handled. And one time when I met Wylie in Accra, Kofi Annan, we were doing, I think, a workshop on the role of justice in a post-conflict situation, especially traditional justice, as well as other forms. And I asked Wylie, when will the tribes of Liberia sit down and have a dialogue and have a conversation and tell each other sorry? Because the name you got, Truth and Reconciliation. The truth is about the past, and the reconciliation is about the future. So now that we have dwelt on the past, those of us who were able to sufficiently bash the Americo-Liberians, we did. Those who wanted to blame the country people and the military people did. Fine, where do we go from here? And the question you're asking about that executive summary is about where do we go from here? What do we do with our lingering problems that don't want to go away? How do we become one nation state with one single vision. We don't have a single vision in Liberia. A fellow wrote on the cover of his book, I don't know, they call this fellow Travis. He said, the problem of Liberia, the failure of Liberia, he said, on the cover, right on the cover of the book, and it struck me. The failure of Liberia is embedded in the illusion that free slaves from plantation agriculture, who were running away from plantations in America, could come on the west coast of Africa and build a successful nation state. See, that's the first. They say the failure is embedded in the illusion that could happen. So, what we know as a nation state was single out a state. Common language, common territory, and all of that. But I asked one university student, he's in the senior class, about to graduate. And the other day I asked him, what is a state? And the guy went back to some 1964 political science answer. He said, Chief, please define the state for me. I said, well, the state is a collection of human beings who have successfully claimed the right of the legitimate use of physical force within a given territory. The state has police, it has army, it has immigration, it can arrest anybody, it can even place people on firing squad in the name of the state. So that state is a collection of individuals who have successfully claimed the right to use legitimate physical force within a given territory. The guy said, thank you, Chief. That is new to me. I said, tell your professor to revise his notes. However, our state today, we are emerging out of 14 years of war. This is still a fragile state, and the peace process is still fragile in a sense. The more we count our days and years living in peace after this war, the more the peace process will consolidate. And probably we need to get it to a point where it becomes irreversible. But Liberia, under Charles Taylor, became a total failed state. But the failure started in the Dole regime. The state is meant to protect the people, to protect life and property, not to take sin. Any state, any leader, any group of leaders that use state security institutions to wage on the citizens of that country are in violation. You violate the ethics of the state. You are there to deal with internal and external threats, but not to kill out a whole bunch of your people. Something is wrong with your state. We are beginning to build a state. We left 14 years of war. We put a woman in power for the first time in Africa. And I'm proud to go out and say to anybody that we Liberians are the first to put a woman in power to lead us. President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf is this small in our peace process. When she does her 6 years, or if she runs next and does her 12 years, she will give us way. We move on. We want to practice after Ghana. Ghana is now going to experience 3 transitions in 16 years with the upcoming elections. Smooth transitions. How can we hold 3 elections without disruption? That is the challenge of this nation and this TRC. That is my challenge. And so, but Ghana is not a perfect country. Ghana has problems. Ghana is creating wealth. But Ghana was the first to submit herself to the African peer review mechanism. I hope many of us here will know what that mechanism is. It's a group of countries, African countries, supported by the AU and ECOWAS, that bring their experts and they will vet 4 areas of governance in your country. Your security sector governance, your political governance, your economic governance, and your social governance. When the group came, they worked with the experts of Ghanaians on the ground, and their findings in the executive summary, Alaji, please don't go to sleep on me.
Sleep?
Yeah, I saw your eyes closing. I thought I was boring you.
No.
When they came up with their report on Ghana, they pointed out, I think, 2 or 3 major things that were still problems in Ghana and Ghana needed to correct. The first was that the socio-economic dividends of the wealth that is being created in Ghana is unevenly distributed, with most of the north, and upper west and southern Volta area being left behind in the distribution of that wealth. They thought that it was not good for peace in Ghana for the wealth to be one-sided. Another issue the African peer mechanism raised about Ghana, and I hope one day we will place ourselves before them so they can put us under their microscope, is the lack of inner party democracy within the Ghanaian political parties. And inner party democracy, the success of it would also impact on your national democracy. Ghana today is being run by a right-wing Liberal Democrat who are consciously trying to make Ghana leave that era of animosity. They want to create wealth, and the 2 contending parties, 2 major parties now in Ghana, is history going to play itself out in November. The NDC is also likely to win because Nana Akufo-Addo could win the election from the NPP. He is the presidential candidate of the ruling party. But Professor Atta Mills, who has survived the Chikatas and the Rawlings, is also a strong man. He has strong standing. The CPP could also swing their votes in any favor of the major parties and form a coalition. Now, let me not go into Ghana's electioneering politics, but we see Liberal Democratic politics playing out in a positive sense. And I was there when they were doing their primaries. It was beautiful. I think they corrected that part. At least the MPP did, where they say inner party democracy was non-existent. It was tough to pick a leader for Ghana, and probably the youngest candidate won. And I'm hoping one day in the next election, a young man will lead this country who has his future before him. Because the young people of this country have to take control of this country. And you, the old people, we will make you live comfortably without disgracing you and calling you names and chasing you. Because if we don't rely on your wisdom and guidance as light to see the future that we want to travel in, we are doomed. You have to plot the new map on the old map. That is why we must pay attention to our young people in this country, because young people are taking over everywhere. And one day, I want young people to take this country and control their destiny within the framework of the democratic system. I hope I'm not trying to digress. Alaji?
Thank you very much. I'm happy that you made mention of the Coup and Sapo tension.
Yes.
Because I remember there was time in Monrovia when there were forced migration from Sino. And a Coup lady came to me when we were distributing food, so I decided to interview her. I said, but why is it there is mass forced migration when those who are holding the guns are all Southeasterners? And she told me that this is a long story. There's some differences between the Coup and the Sapo. And she explained her side. But perhaps your research will give you that. And one of the things she said, that the Sapo was known as Bush Group.
Yes.
And the Coup now will consider a seaside crew. And that the seaside crew were in the bush and bring some of these bush crews into the city, living with them, doing some minor job for them, farming,
right,
bathing and so forth. And when these people born children, the Coup decided to send these Sapo people to school, these children to school. And the children that got educated saw the treatment of their parent as some sort of slavery. And as the result of this, they took action and said this was some of the reasons why when April 12 coup took place and when Saint visited Sano, the Coup Park was changed to Sapo Park. Chiefs were arrested and put in jail. And as the result of this, when NPFL came, the Coup supported NPFL to fight. And in our county visit, it manifested in the testimonies of some of the people in Sano. The Parama Chief, for example, one Parama Chief said in his testimony that, look, the Sapo were here, when NPFL were here, we took them into the forest, hid them, and we used to carry food to them.
That is correct.
But we're surprised when LPC came, these same people were saying, those who we helped to rescue, they were saying, we will pay our debt. We don't know what debt. And so we became target. So I asked him, I said, as Parama Chief, what can you tell us as the root cause of this? He said to us, there was a fighting between, long time, there was a fighting between and among the Southeasterners there. And those, the Coup were victorious. And those Sapo that left, they came to that part of Sano. And the people provided them place to stay. And they were there. So it was surprising to them. Now I'm saying all these things to tell you that we will be happy if you can include all these issues on your executive summary So for our consideration. Thank you very much. May God bless us all.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you very much, Mr. Witness, for coming. You mentioned in 2003, when the war was fighting, that some of you were pushing for a peaceful solution to the problem in terms of negotiation.
Yes, ma'am.
Some of you in Lure.
Yes, ma'am.
But there were others who were opting for a military victory.
Correct.
Can you please explain just a little bit more and maybe share with us who were those who thought a complete military victory was the best option?
Well, I will explain, I will elaborate on that again like I did yesterday. But please, to the extent that we defeated the arguments of those who were opting for the complete military option, and all of us went, let me keep their names out of it, because finally they agree with us. So
Okay.
they no longer hold our position.
Okay, then let me make a request to you. In that case, we'll move on to another question,
Okay.
because you did speak about it. But I
Yes.
just thought perhaps you could share the names with us. Okay, so my next question, you mentioned during the November 1985 Coup situation,
Yes, ma'am.
you were wearing military uniform.
Yes.
You ran to the house of Mrs. Sirleaf, who is now president, and
Yes.
she gave you food to eat.
Yes.
Why did you go to her house?
Because we discuss her almost every night in the camp. And Kumba even wanted us to leave the training and come and rescue her when she was arrested. I think there was an outcry. I think she said something, they said she was arrested. But when we came, she was not in jail. So, and she was the expecting finance minister. Anyone in a coup who takes the finance ministry, that's in the Liberian context the most juicy part of the job. And you know, the finance ministry is one of those pillows of the triangular corruption network between finance ministry, executive mansion, Lebanese community. That's the triangle right there of corruption in Liberia.
Okay. So you went to her then out of concern for her security?
No, we were jubilating and they were at the house and I just popped in. You know, she was happy to see me and she gave me some food to eat. I believe Mrs. Sirleaf is a fighter because, and when I say fighter, I don't mean holding arm to fight, but she is this person with a very strong will who has made it where a lot of political giants have failed. And so you have to give it to her. She has been there, she's done that, and she was in a struggle with all of us, even though yesterday she belonged to, you know, the Tower government, but we found ourselves in a new dispensation. And she is not the kind of person who will roll over and die. So I admire her for that. She's not my best politician in Liberia, but she has her merits. That's why she won the elections, because she played her game very well.
A follow-up question to that.
Yeah.
Was she expecting you, and did she know of your intention, when I say your, not necessarily you as one person, but the entire group, did she know of your intention to make her finance minister?
Yes, I think she knew. But the list was made in the camp. When we were crossing the border to come in, the civilian cabinet minister list, I asked for it and put it in my pocket, because I was always of the belief that we should leave room when things break down. So what if they had cut that list of people, all of the military appointees whose names Kwamba announced on the radio, most of them were arrested and probably killed. So I didn't want it to happen on the civilian side. And that's why I tore the list up and threw it in the Do River when the thing fell. So I believe for Kwamba to have told us we should go and rescue her, she knew something. She must have even provided money. Of course, she was accused by Tonguyu just before the elections of probably spending over $500,000 to put Taylor in the bush. Whether that is true or not, I don't know. But for the November 12 coup, she was involved.
Okay. But was she expecting you that day or
No.
anybody else?
No.
You also mentioned Colonel Dewey and 10 others who were taken from prison and killed.
Yes.
Yeah. Can you just tell us a little bit more about the incident, and then who were those who you think were responsible for their killing?
I don't know the specific officers or individuals that went for them. I think we need to do more research on that. But whatever the case, the reality and the fact remain that they were taken out of their cells. There is one General Jali. I'm sure you have heard the name of General Jali. He was in that cell. Probably General Jali might throw some light on who came to the cell to collect them. But I cannot intelligently sit here and tell you that it was Officer so and so, you know, because myself, I was running for my life. But with the fact that their bodies couldn't be produced means that there must be some element of foul play and that there was no exchange of fire. In fact, the journalist Musu Haddad did not believe that those people, in fact, in her report, she said they were murdered. She didn't say they died in the crossfire. She said they were murdered. So there are people who survived that particular murder or that incident, like General Jali, and I think there was another guy. But General Jali was there. He fought them. He didn't go with them. And he told Doe not to go. But Doe still went. And General Jali stayed until they left him. So he survived. So probably he can tell the commission one day that these so-and-so people came for Doe and others, and today we cannot see them except their children who are still looking for answers and a decent burial for their relatives.
In your presentation to us, you mentioned that initially 166 men were trained in Libya.
Yes, the Special Forces
Special Forces.
of Charles Taylor's MPFL.
Okay. Now, did these men include men from the Gambia and other West African countries? And then who were they?
Well, I think what Gaddafi was trying to do, and if I must use a military term, he was first trying to establish a beachhead by capturing Liberia. The MPFL was the Liberian tributary or branch of Gaddafi's Grey Army that was on an anti-imperialist fight against so-called American interests in the sub-region. So the Gambians were also recruited at the time. Fode Sankor was recruited, but there were 166 men. The guy who overthrew Jawara in 1982, Kekoe Sambasanyan, he was head of all the foreign forces. Fude Sankar was in Banga. In fact, it was 1991 March that members of Taylor's NPFL escorted Fude Sankar's newly formed RUF, and they crossed the river and attacked Kwendu and some other villages near the border in March. There were foreigners in there, and Tony King tried to warn Taylor. Jawara was the chairman of ECOWAS at the time. That's why probably the meeting went to Gambia. So if you are harboring his enemies and other rebel factions, leaders from other rebel factions in the sub-region, the region is going to be concerned, and they might connive and collaborate with each other to neutralize what you are taking to Liberia. Tony King warned Charles Taylor about that. But as usual, Taylor didn't listen. So he went away here with Dr. Mani and others. Some of the Gambians were killed in the attempt to kill Taylor at the mansion that Commissioner Boo, talked about earlier. Some were killed in April 6, some were killed during the war. But there were a whole bunch of foreigners that were here, including Burkinabes, that were fighting. But the original forces that were trained to come to Liberia, special forces, were 166. Yes, they were foreigners. And yes, they had the intention to capture Liberia and use it as a springboard to capture other countries within the Mara River Basin.
And how many Liberians do you think were a part of the special forces of 166? Do you know some of them?
Majority of them were, most of them are dead right now, but I know Paul Nimler is alive, Sarah Cephas is alive. I mean, you may not even count 5 of them living right now. Most of them died. Border Patrol, Sam Lato, lots of them. 2 of the special forces defected from Taylor before the attack on Butwa. Nepe Mani, who was serving as security, and Omar Kolu. Omar Kolu is still alive. He was one of the special forces. But what he saw and what he heard, he ejected himself from that whole process. Just soon after Butwa was attacked, he came to Abidjan. So that's how I was able to debrief him, because he was in Tajura for the training. And those guys were really trained. And some of them were old AFL officers who had conventional military training before they added the guerrilla training on it. So it made them super. And the real war looked like, it didn't look very hard for them, because they were really properly trained. Okay. What some of them were not trained in is the courtesy and discipline and the rules of war and how to respect civilians.
Was the Gambian Black Jesus a member of the special forces?
Yes.
Where is he now? Do you know?
I don't know.
What was his exact role with the Taylor forces?
Apart from knowing the fact that he was with them, I don't know the role he played.
Do you know his real name, or is Black Jesus his real name?
I don't know his real name. I only know the Black Jesus. A few of them I interacted with briefly when they were on their way to Tripoli in Accra. Usually when guys are going on these missions, they tend to have names that, nobody can really place anywhere, and all kinds of CEOs came up. CO Debare Bon, CO this, CO that. You know, so I don't know much about Black Jesus. I will be honest with you. I can't give you any data on him.
So you wouldn't know why he was called Black Jesus?
No.
Was Nipe Mane also in a training camp in Libya?
I don't think so. I think they met him in Freetown. Taylor was trying to come to Freetown. He wanted to use Sierra Leone for the attack. And Nipe was in Freetown. So he linked up with Taylor. But when Taylor got at the Sierra Leone border from Guinea by land, he said he was going to see Joseph Momo. So the security officer said, no, but the president is out of the country. And then he said, no, I have to go see him. He said, no, I can't let you in. So the guy refused to give Taylor entrance. Taylor had with him, according to Nipe Mane, $50,000 United States dollars to go, bribe his way and soften the ground to use the Sierra Leone end. Because the road was paved, it's 83 miles from the border to Monrovia. There was no sense in going all the way to other places. It was after that effort failed, and Taylor was jailed in Freetown because he wanted to bluff. After he made it way, he came by plane. He made big mouth at the border and told the guy, oh, I will still enter Freetown. He went and took a plane and came. While going to Bo, he saw the same guy at one junction and stopped his Mercedes and said, I told you I was going to be here. I'm here. You stopped me at the border. The guy said, you are under arrest. They arrested him, took the $50,000 from him, and slammed him behind bars. There was something else that happened between Taylor and Podia that I didn't mention in Abidjan. Podia and Taylor teamed up initially. But when Podia and Taylor, Podia was vice president. If he and Taylor goes into or went into an arrangement, Podia was going to be the president because he couldn't come down. So Taylor didn't like that. But Podia sold his bracelet and his gold chain to pay Taylor's way to go to Burkina Faso and probably Libya. When he went there, he came back with some money. According to the story Omar Kalu told me, he paid some Togolese to kill Podia. Kalu could speak French because he was in Abidjan. So while the guys were talking behind the house, Podia heard it. Kalu heard it and said, Chief, those guys who are talking, they're talking about attacking the place where we are. So that's how Podia called Asha Kone, the singer. That was his girlfriend when he was on top of things in Monrovia when she used to come sing. Not our Iron Lady of the Lyre. Asha Kone, the singer from Abidjan. Asha Kone called the police director and they put Taylor in jail in Abidjan. He was released thanks to the help of some people on the ground, and then he went to Burkina Faso.
Okay.
At that time, he was dating a girl called Chicken. So that's Chicken.
Is Chicken important in the story then? If so, share with us. If not, we can just move on.
Taylor was so broke until Chicken was feeding him in Abidjan.
Okay.
Chicken was a pretty girl, but she was this girl, she was hanging out, she had her own little place. So Taylor was hanging out there.
Is Chicken a Liberian girl or just a name for her?
That's a play name and we don't know any name else beyond that. So Taylor was loving to her chicken.
It's also been alleged that Taylor was indebted to Muammar Gaddafi in the tune of $26 million. Did you hear anything about this, and how was he going to pay this money when he became president, or what?
I don't know what arrangements he had, but I know Gaddafi sent a whole bunch of weapons, and probably Taylor being the kind of wheeler dealer must have told Gaddafi that, look, I will pay you when I get in there. He got in there as usual. You know, he cut the bridges. He couldn't pay Gaddafi. But that total of $26 million worth for arms and ammunition, Gaddafi spent ammunition and arms that were trucked from Burkina Faso through Abidjan to Logwato, you know, in Liberia. So Taylor, I don't know whether he was indebted to Gaddafi or they were trying to play some tricks on us. Gaddafi got too much money. $26 million, it looks like a drop in the bucket for him. I don't think Gaddafi will press Taylor for $26 million. And I wasn't really interested in that Gaddafi-Taylor thing, except for my own analysis and knowledge. You know, but I heard about the 26 million. You know, probably when some of the NPP or MPFL stars appear here, they might help us and this commission throw some light on it.
I would like to take you back to November 12th.
Yes, ma'am.
Following the abortive invasion, it is alleged that television news anchor or journalist Charles Bayon had a tape. We don't know what the tape was, but it's being alleged. And he was subsequently killed. Do you know anything about this? What did you hear really happened to Charles Bayon?
Charles Bayon, I saw him in front of the mansion. For me, he was doing his duty as a journalist.
Was it on the morning of November 12th?
Yes.
On the day?
So probably he was in possession, he might have been in possession of a tape. But when he was arrested, he was taken to the mansion, according to the story, and he tried to appeal to Bole to help him. But I don't know what he did. Maybe they didn't like the fact that he covered the Kuamba thing. Maybe they didn't like his comments. But he's just on the list of journalists who have been killed in conflicts like that. I think it was wrong. And I don't know what happened to his body. His daughter and myself are friends. You know, I know his daughter very well. I had occasion to meet with his sister in America, who served at the Liberia embassy shortly, for a brief period during the interim time of Sawyer. But Charles Bayon was just a journalist playing his role. But the kind of government we had at the time, you know, anybody could paint you black. Anybody who didn't like you could tell those who had the power, the guns, you know, anything, and they will harm you. He did not deserve to die, but he died.
A follow-up question. Everybody seemed not to really take us to the exact incident of Charles Bayon's death. Like, for example, you heard that he was taken to the mansion.
And he tried to appeal to Bole to intercede on his behalf.
So
I heard that.
Was Bole at the mansion when he was there, or he just tried to contact him later?
I don't know. Probably that was one of the guys he might have thought was a level-headed guy that would save him.
Okay. Do you know whether he was finally killed at the mansion or he was taken somewhere else? Do you know who some of his assailants might have been?
I don't have any other information, but I know he was killed.
And
how he was killed, where he was killed, no, because the situation was volatile. When the thing failed, I myself, I was trying to find my way to survive. I had a price on my head, so those details, you know, will escape you. You can only gather them by interacting with a few people who were on the spot. But sometimes information has a way of being changed by the time it's transmitted from one person to the other. So I wouldn't say I know exactly where he died and how he died. But he was arrested. I did see him with a video or camera on his shoulder. He had one or two persons with him that were holding some other gadgets that he was using.
So in other words, he was at work that day.
He was
working that day.
Yes.
What about Kwame Clement? He was also arrested around the same time and put in jail. What was his story? What happened?
I heard about his arrest, but I don't know what else happened subsequently.
You, when you presented to us earlier, you spoke about foreign connections of Mr. Taylor. You spoke about 3 Middle Eastern guys, perhaps military experts, who were working along with the NPFL in Zosa, Lufa County, probably to help train them or so, and they allegedly got killed.
Right.
Can you just explain just a little bit around that incident? Who were they? Which country did they come from? What were they doing there?
Well, when they got ambushed around that end and killed.
What time was this?
It was sometime, I think, in 2002, either 2001 or 2002, when that incident happened. The only thing we got to know from and you know, again, when the guys do their fighting in the bush, they come to town, they take a phone, they describe something. In fact, the guy they describe it to, the guy who bring the original information is not the one who's going to tell you. But these guys came, they might have been advisors who did not know, like Emma Ross, where the exact front line was. So they were walking behind enemy lines and thinking that they were on their own side. You know, and I think Taylor made some noise about it. But I don't have any further information about those Middle Eastern looking people. I know that, you know, the man was in touch with all kinds of mafia people, including, you know, probably some people from Lebanon, or, you know, the Hezbollah leader was born in Sierra Leone. You have to understand that, Nasrallah. And a lot of the Lebanese we do have today in Liberia are Shiites from the south of Lebanon. And there is a Lebanese mafia between Freetown, Sierra Leone, Guinea, that operates. They smuggle diamond, and I don't know whether they do arms. But if you will read the Victor Boot story, the Russian who was trying to parachute a missile into the Colombian jungle to the rebels, when he was arrested by the CIA, that same guy was sending planes to Liberia. There were lots of European mafia groups that were also involved. Because Victor Boot is not from the Middle East. He's from Europe. He's a Russian. And he's a very wealthy man. He made his fortune smuggling arms. He would bribe anybody to sign an end-user certificate, because the people he purchases arms from will usually want to know the destination of the arms. So there were a lot of, you know, connections. And in fact, I believe, and I got information from my American friends, that 2 Al-Qaeda people came to Batala by way of Burkina Faso. They spent $2 million to allow them in when that place was hit.
Excuse me, which place is this again?
Afghanistan. There were some Al-Qaeda people, and they were buying out all the diamonds because they were trying to launder the money and put it in diamonds. So the traditional diamond buyers in the region could not find the diamonds where they used to buy them, because these guys would buy the diamond for a higher price. They had a lot of money. So the Americans wanted to mount an operation to pick them, but they didn't have sufficient human intelligence on the ground that would show them or pinpoint the exact house where they will be. So they called off the operation because they didn't want a loss of life and a lot of fighting when they go. If they knew the house, they would land in a few minutes, pick their guys, and they're gone. Since they didn't have the correct information, they didn't do it because somebody was going to be answering questions. You know, why did you send the people there when you knew you didn't have, they cut the mission off. So Taylor was dealing with a whole bunch of people and mafia people at that.
Burkina Faso allegedly committed from the initial stage of the MPFL war.
Yeah.
They allegedly committed 150 men to launch the rebellion with Taylor. And then later on, they kept providing more manpower for Taylor and also other kinds of assistance.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Up to the time the Roberts Field era fell. Can you tell us around what time again Roberts Field fell, and then in your estimate, how many men do you think in all Burkina Faso committed to fight the war in Liberia alongside Taylor?
I cannot put a figure on that. They sent a lot of people. Some were recruited illegally, some were given by the government. So it's hard to tell what the number was. But up to 2001, when Masanta was attacked, I arrived in Masanta on Saturday, went to Asha's house, ate, we went to sleep. The next morning, Masanta was attacked, the barracks was attacked. But the Guineans thought initially that it was the Lur forces in Vonjima that attacked their barracks in search of arms. So the few Liberians that I had at Asha's house who were there with us, Asha said, as the Guinean commander, to arm them. He refused. Asha started crying. He started making phone calls. And he had a good reason to refuse because it was not clear which set of Liberians were attacking their barracks. But by 8 o'clock in the morning, it was clear now that it was the MPFL forces, the Taylor forces that had attacked the barracks, because some of them were speaking their dialects, in giving their commands. So our guys jumped in the barracks with them because some of the Guinean troops were running away. And they issued weapons to the Liberians who were there. Philip Kamara, what's his name, W.O. Dog, all of these guys went into the battle. And by 8:30, they are killed about 6 of those people who were in the barracks. And when they brought the bodies out and searched them, some of them were Burkinabés. And they brought some of their IDs. I looked at their IDs and saw the French name, Jean-Pierre something, But Burkinabés were in that attack. But when the attack happened, one of the guys said, but Chief, maybe Taylor knew you were coming, they want to catch you in Masanta. That's why they attacked Masanta. So I said, well, And he wanted us to leave Masanta. So I said, Pikin, he said, yeah. I said, what do you know about guerrilla warfare? Especially within the context of the Mana River Basin. He said, Chief, what do you mean? I said, when rebel attack your town, don't rush out of town. Because they will not attack the town without laying ambush on the road. That's just ABC. The first people to run away will fall in their trap. So let's stay right here. At least we have arms. We can fight all the time with them. I'm not going nowhere. So I refused to go. Asha came. And you know, Asha is a strong woman. For a woman who could not read and write to have played the role she played, it's unbelievable. Asha said, Joe, we have to change our position. So we moved further back from near the barracks because the ammo dome exploded. That's how the whole fighting ended. A Guinean lieutenant just threw an RPG bomb in the ammo dome, and the whole ammo dome went off. And some of these 40-bar missile rounds were flying over the town, jumping out of the place. The invaders ran. Everybody ran. As they were leaving, they were taking some women and people with them to tow their loads. When they entered Liberia, Charles then ambushed them, freed the women and children they were taking, brought them back to Guinea, and brought some of the looted things and turned them over to the Guineans. So there were Burkinabés, yes, in the fight.
Okay.
And up to 2001, they were still fighting for Taylor, up to Guinea.
Burkinabés.
Burkinabés.
Okay. 3 Nigerian journalists were killed.
Yes.
In NPFL held territory.
Yes.
And there have been varying accounts as to what happened with them. But one of our witnesses testifying in the diaspora hearings in the state of Minnesota testified that she was in jail with them in Banga, in Bon County.
Right.
Did you hear anything about these journalists? Now, I'm just asking you some of these questions. You may not have been there, but against the background that you seem to be very informed about these kinds of issues.
I was in Abidjan then.
Okay. But did you hear anything about the journalists who might have been involved in the killing, where they were held?
Yes, but from a different angle, from a Nigerian angle. Sani Zoro, the former president of the Nigerian Journalists Association, met me in Abidjan. He had come to investigate the disappearance of the journalists, and he wanted me to help him find somebody to talk to, somebody to take him to the border. So I knew the journalists were there. But Sonny Zoro showed me a photo, not of the journalist, but of the guy who killed Sankara. He captured Rawafi, a Burkinabe.
Do you know his identity?
No. I lost that photo. I don't know his name, but he said he was a huge, tall Burkinabe guy. So this is the guy who put the knife to Sankara's throat. And he was at Rabosville. And the Burkinabés in the MPFL had a strange way of killing Liberians. Again, probably the MPFL will corroborate that. Anybody from there. When they slap you, it means that the next action should be death. And they torture you by hanging you upside down. So if Taylor wanted confession out of you, he assigned you to the Burkinabés to treat you and give you VIP treatment.
So in other words, excuse me, they were more versed in the act of torture than maybe the other
torture and slaughter. Most of them were working for slaughterhouses in Burkina Faso.
So
They could
they
use
slaughter,
knife very well.
so they slaughter human beings like cows.
Yes. They have no problem doing that.
It is also been rumored that Burkina Faso's interest in the war in Liberia was not only as a result of the French connection through Houphouët-Boigny, the late Ivorian president, but also because of Liberia's diamond and gold. What was their own role in this whole mining thing, blood diamond?
I don't know. I really don't know their role with respect to economic interests in Liberia. But I know for a fact that most of the yellow machines and things that were looted out of Liberia were taken to Burkina Faso. Because, you know, that's a poor country. So most people come to wars like these and intend to loot and get rich overnight. And to the extent that the involvement of the Burkinabe fighters has state support. So many of the guys were not afraid to take anything back. You know, when they go, I understand some good cars and things went to, but I heard rumors that Blaze's wife was selling Taylor's diamonds. I don't have any fact to prove that. And I don't want to accuse her that she has done that because I don't have solid evidence.
In 2003 in Accra, Ghana, during the negotiation to end the war,
Yes.
did you at any time make the statement referring to what was happening, that whosoever will die, we will procreate, let the war continue? Did you at any time make such a statement or anything close to that?
I will modify. It happened when the ladies locked us up. The ladies headed by Lema Bowie locked us up, including Abdul Salami. All of us who were in the conference room, they said we got to reach an agreement. But we are agreed to reach an agreement, but we're discussing specific things. So the demands they were making at the time, you know, we're going stage by stage. However, Lehman Bowie brought his woman. First, they wanted to target specific delegations with their actions, but they were contacting women who were very sympathetic to the Lord and us. Because half of the refugees in our camp, close to 80% are Southeasterners who fled. There were other tribes, there's a mixture of other tribes there, but the Crown, the Cruz, the Bassa, Sapo, the Amo in there. So they locked us up and we finished with our meeting, we couldn't come out. So we were there, Abdul Salami and us were panicking. Some people wanted to use the restroom, they said no. So I went to what's his name, Boy Bliju Boy of Model, and said, my man, you know, some of those women could be the girlfriends of the people that we are fighting, and that they could be manipulated. I know that women can take certain action to do anything. So when I mentioned that, Boy Bliju Boy said, okay, then I will call the camp and call our people to come move them. You know, but I don't think Boy Bliju Boy ever called. Then I went to Abdul Salami, the mediator. And when I made a statement, Abdul Salami was there.
So you did make the statement?
No, I'm coming now. I'm coming to the statement. I will tell you what I said. Because they added their own. And I will tell you exactly what I said. I went to Abdul Salami, I said, and I lied to the old man. I said, Boy Bliju Boy is about to call the camp to bring a bus load of his supporters to the conference hall to forcibly remove those women. who are blocking us.
Were there Liberian women who were attending the conference?
No, they were not attending the conference, but some of them were in the refugee camp and grabbed these people, paid them small.
But they were Liberian women?
They were Liberian women, yes. I knew some of them. Some of my relatives were among them. They wore blacks. At some time they would wear black and stand outside the hall. At some time when you are coming into the conference hall, they put a little rose or something on your chest, some symbol of peace. So we appreciated them. They were playing a role. That was a way of reminding us that, we should be serious about what we are doing. They want to go home. So, we appreciated them. So, Abdul Salami said, Joe, then probably we need to call, I think Abdul Salami called somebody who called the police. Because he didn't want a situation where people come in to remove the woman and to do. So when we got outside, I think Abdul Salami was standing to my left, and this woman, I said, what are you doing? They said, no, our people are dying, Monrovia and motors are learning, and people are dying. So I said, you see, when people were dying in Buturo, Sino, you were swimming in swimming pools in Mama Point. That were not people. Only in Monrovia, in Mama Point, when people start to die and bullets start to touch Mama Point, that's when you know Liberia is hit. You start calling UN. When did you people get to know that people were dying? Some of you were the same ones serving as girlfriends and doctors and nurses at the bedside of the dictatorship that was about to crumble. When people die in Liberia, we will procreate and give birth to more people. I said that.
Thank you for your clarification.
Thank you. Abdul Salami laughed. He said, Joe, I can't believe you said that. I said, oh, how else do you replace human beings that die? We will not go to the laboratory to clone them. That's why we have young women and young men to procreate and replenish the population. But the way I said it did not go down well with them. And like other people say things to me that don't go down well with me, I respect their right to say those things. But you have to understand the situation at the time. We were the entire civil society political parties who were sending us money, calling us on the phone, yeah, you'll fight the people, the men will soon leave. They gang up against us and they said all of us, our hands were too dirty. The UN and everybody should grab us and tie us and jail us and give them power. And some of the white people started asking them, are you people out of your minds? Tell us how we will disarm the people now. If we arrest them in Accra, it's easy. We can run all of them, or Ghana police can do it. How else are we going to solve this problem? When I look in the night, Madam Salif and a lot of political party representatives came to our hotel to say that no, nobody will tell you cannot take. Because if you get what the Americans and the Europeans and others, the mediators were afraid of, you don't isolate the people that brought you to the conference. We forced that conference. It wasn't civil society. We fought a war that we went to, and when you look, 1 million political parties assembled, civil society organization created by Taylor himself came, parties were duplicated like the ACO. Derikoti went, Alhaji Krumah was there, we had 2 ACO chairmen. So to even reach a ceasefire agreement, the political parties and the civil society organizations were in the way. Until I told Jack Klein and the mediators, I said, what are these people doing in ceasefire negotiation? Why would civil society organization want to take part in ceasefire? That's why we cannot reach a ceasefire agreement. Because everybody that gets there wants to brown nose the Americans, how clean they are. You think the Americans don't know about war? How clean they are, and we are dirty, our hands are full of blood. We've violated human rights and all kinds of stuff. They were saying, fine. But do you think we took up arms and went in the bush simply because we wanted to kill our own people? No. There are people who really intentionally kill other people in the war. I cannot vouch for them. But there are unintended consequences of war. So you people say we shouldn't take part, then we will just leave the conference, go to Monrovia, we solve the problem militarily. Because then you are playing in the hands of the people in my own faction who wanted a military solution. So you see, we were caught in the middle between a rock and a hard place. And civil society almost wrecked the conference by that kind of position, but they had to change it. ECOWAS even took a similar position initially when they had the first peace conference in Abuja, where every Liberian turned Dick and Harry, who everybody has forgotten. Some of them practically expired. They came to the conference just so that they would get jobs. People are dying, you're looking for jobs. We want to end the war. So when they even got in Abuja, do you know that the ECOWAS people initially overlooked us? They didn't send us tickets. They said they were inviting us. They sent telexes. So I said, but what kind of people are these? You know, ECOWAS took a statist position. They took side with the Liberian state. And once you take side, you cannot enjoy the confidence of the other side. So people in a group started calling Chambers, tell us public relations man, and all that. And so when time came, they all trooped to Abuja and got there, and they were waiting. That's where Supuwu betrayed the organization. He decided to connive with Chambers and receive money through the Ghanaian embassy in Conakry to go to Abuja when ECOWAS sent no money for us to go. So the NEC met and said, look, we are not going to Abuja. Supuwu left the NEC meeting and didn't tell us he was leaving. He jumped on the plane. When he arrived in Abidjan to take the connecting flight to Abuja, our agent or girl that was there said, look, Supuwu is on his way to Abuja. Call us. Chambers infiltrated Supuwu. And so Supuwu alone quietly, secretly left it, which was dangerous. He could have died had people like us not been there. Because we're not being in any operation where somebody has been knowing for 30 years at the leadership level who represent the symbol of the Loma people in our midst for him to be hurt. Politically, it's upside down. But what he did was dangerous. He went to Abuja. So that day, the whole NDC said Henson Williams shouldn't speak. I should speak. Because they don't want anybody who will speak and bite their tongue. So we called Robin White, and I said, the law will not be, that time Supuwu was airborne between Ghana and Nigeria. And I said, I think everybody listened to me that day. I said the law will not be represented in Abuja in any way, shape, or form. And the BBC generally asked me, why? And I said, I think I stated 2 or 3 reasons. I said, number one, as an organization, we are based in Accra. In Vonjama. We are not in any other country, technically speaking. ECOWAS didn't make arrangement with any capital or government to give us safe passage to come to their capital to take a plane. Vonjama has no international airstrip to fly us to Abuja. So they blunder. Number 2, the invitation reached us almost 1 or 2 days before the conference started. They told us to find our own tickets. They will reimburse us. Yet they pay Supuwu's way. That's why we said we're not going. You know? So I want to say here, when you say we have to be careful with this civil society, some civil society organizations are just in a Ghana must go back. They don't have anything else to show. They don't even know what they are doing. But yet there are some legitimate ones that are really working hard. I'm not going to bash all of them. And most of the NGOs, they call them eat and go in Sierra Leone. They come here to make money. You know, erroneous crime, humanitarian, this, that, they get 10 million, they spend 2. and pay their bills with the aid. You know, so people were playing on our blood to get rich. We didn't appreciate that. The formation of bogus civil society organization for the sake of getting spaces at conferences is not in the interest of the Liberian people. They confuse the Accra Peace Conference.
Okay, so in other words, in addition to everything you saw again, the struggle for power and also positions, jobs.
Yes. That it's been for the 14 years. Every conference they went to that job. Everybody's dividing job. People who are not qualified for the job, they want a job. Fashionable appointment, only to steal. So when will we pay attention to the Liberian people? That's my question. And when I arrived in Accra from Washington D.C., I was invited by ECOWAS. I arrived in Accra. Chambers came to the hotel where we were stopping with the foreign minister, who is now the presidential candidate for the MPP, Nana Akufo-Addo. And when he greeted me, and I told him, oh, I knew Chambers before, because we have a common friend, Patrick Boros, when you were deputy foreign minister in Ghana. So, Chambers, you know, did not really, you know, do the, he took a status position. I think they should have done, you know, a better job than that. You don't take a position when you want to mediate that, you know, you think the state is right. Of course, there's a whole club of leaders on the coast, and each state, but you are above all the West African states, and so you should stay. When we went to Accra, they changed it. What Chambers told me when he met me, he said, you, Joe Wylie? I said, yes. Then he turned to Nana Akufo-Addo. He said, I think this conference will be a success. Madam, I want you to listen to Chambers' remarks to me. He said, for me to see Joe Wylie at a conference, this is the first time. And I think we'll achieve a result at this conference. So Nana Akufo, myself, and Chambers, we laugh about it, you know. And in Accra, we play our role. Some of the discussions we held in our own internal organizational meetings, we threw blows because there were attempts to think of us as people who were collaborating with civil society and political parties instead of being rebels, you know, and being radicals. So the civil society thing, you know, sometimes we gotta be careful with it. I work with civil society. I used to be a member of the press union. I'm a civil society man. I came from civil society and went into armed struggle.
Okay. You, when you spoke of the Coup invasion,
yes, ma'am.
You spoke of a list of would-be leaders, like cabinet ministers and other positions.
Right.
And you said, you spoke of one or two persons who were going to occupy certain positions, like Mrs. Sirleaf was marked down to be the Minister of Finance.
Right.
May I ask, what position were you supposed to occupy?
Oh my God. I think I had a quarrel with Famula over that. Famula wanted me to be the NSA director. But the council that should have ruled wanted me to be the Secretary General. So Famula said, no, you can't be Secretary General. You will have to be NSA director. I said, no, anybody can sack the NSA director anytime. I don't want nobody to come over there and come play with me.
So what position were you settling for finally?
Secretary General. The council agreed for me to be the Secretary General.
So Coup was setting up a ruling council after he took over?
Yeah, the council was in theory set up. And the interesting thing was, the Grebo guy who was supposed to be the vice president, Emmanuel Dennis, he asked also to be the defense minister. He said because they give man we put in power, they give people like power business too much, so my power got to be more to check him. And I thought that was strange. He said, in addition to my being vice president, I'll be defense minister. You know, and I said, okay. I mean, but everybody else wanted me to be Secretary General except HB, and we had a little tussle over it. But finally, I didn't know what I was going to be if we had gotten there, because it's one thing to have a plan and promise. When you get on the ground and things happen, they could have relegated me to some nominal position or something. So I was supposed to be the number 3 man in that arrangement.
In Kuompa's led government.
Oh yes.
If all had went well
Yes.
for you.
This place was going to be a better place by now.
Okay. A better place right now. Okay, you one time in your presentation you mentioned that you thought that the RUF was made in Banga. The RUF of Foday Sankoh was made in Banga.
It was made in Nigeria, Tripoli, transported to Banga, and facilitated by Taylor to enter in March of 1991.
Okay, so in other words, the RUF emergence in this whole sub-regional conflict was by way of Liberia after they were trained in Tripoli.
Yes.
And then Banga.
Yes.
And then they were dispatched.
Right.
To Sierra Leone from where they launched the war.
Right.
So is it right then to say technically that the Sierra Leonean war started from Liberia?
Yes.
Okay. And Foday Sankoh lived in Liberia during this time?
His name was Pamula in Banga.
Pabula.
Pamula. You know Sierra Leone people like calling people Pa.
Okay.
So Pamula.
What was the Mula part of it?
I don't know. I mean, we gotta ask Foday Sankoh, but he's there and there, but he can't speak.
Right. You also mentioned that the wife or wives of Mr. Taylor took diamonds to Blaise Compaoré of Burkina Faso as part of the relationship that was existing between the both of them. Can you just tell us a little bit?
No, I said I heard rumors.
Okay.
In Abidjan, because my friend Yabet Dibon he used was the mines minister, that Blaise Compaoré's wife was the one who used to go sell Taylor's diamonds in France and other capitals. I heard that. I can't confirm it, but I heard that.
And what was the conduit? Who was passing the diamonds on to her?
No, Charles Taylor himself is a big guy. He was almost like deputy president in Burkina Faso, and his name was, in Burkina Faso they call him Charles MacArthur. He didn't put the Taylor in.
Okay.
He was always there himself. That was the place he went to chill off, after working, in Butuo, Sanikuri, and other places. But that was his capital.
Okay. And at one point, you said Sierra Leone was called Kuwait.
Yes.
Can you explain just a little bit behind that? Why was it called Kuwait?
Kuwait is this place that the Americans went to capture from Saddam Hussein, who was trying to annex a whole country. So because of the oil, so these fighters were probably equating the diamonds to the oil. It's a hustle chopping spree. When rebels from Liberia, who are Liberians, accompanying the RUF, so the code name, like in the lair, we used to call Vanjima Middle East, and how do you call this place? Kolahom was atomic base. We call Vanjima Middle East because fighting was always around there. There were too many factions, RUF, everything around there, so we call the place the Middle East. Fighting can't finish in the Middle East. So Kuwait was the place to go also for oil or diamond. So it was a code name. Rebels usually use code names. So I heard that Kuwait thing, and they used to call our Sierra Leone Kuwait.
Because of its diamonds.
Because of its diamonds.
Okay. Do you remember a comment allegedly by Mr. Taylor initially talking about launching the war in Liberia, and he allegedly used the words, "I will use dogs to kill dogs"?
He told Tony King that.
He told Tony King he was going to use dogs to kill dogs.
Yes.
What was he trying to say? What did it mean?
Oh, he said the kill people, they are stupid. I will use them to kill the crown people. That's what he meant. I will use dogs to take care. I will use the same native people to kill the native people. In other words, are you with me?
Yes, thanks for that information.
Yeah, I will use dogs. He was calling the people of Nimba County who joined him to fight because of their grievances. He was calling them dogs from the beginning. And some of them, a few of them acted like real dogs. Because they were killing their own people on behalf of Taylor. When you have to kill your own brother and cousin, you know, probably you might be worse than a dog. I cannot kill my blood, unless by accident. You know, even innocent person for that matter. So Taylor said you're going to use dogs. Another comment he made, somebody asked him, what you going to do with the West African leader? He said, all these people can take bribes. I will bribe all of them. Yes, he made those comments.
Okay. You mentioned that Mr. Taylor was involved with a lot of mafia groups, and you spoke of Arabic mafias, I think Lebanese mafia, European mafias, and so.
Yep.
Okay. But then in one of your presentation, you mentioned that there is this Sierra Leonean who is a founding member of the Hezbollah.
The leader of Hezbollah was born in Sierra Leone. By nationality, he's a Sierra Leonean, but he's a Lebanese.
Yep, okay, he's a Sierra Leonean. And Mr. Taylor had links with him?
I don't know that for a fact.
Okay, so my question then is, do you think Liberia has terrorist links, connections, or Mr. Taylor or any of the fighting groups?
Well, I cited the example of the two guys from Afghanistan who were hiding in Batala. Yes, so there must have been some kind of connection. You know, the people who are into this kind of business, they know each other. So there might have been some connections, you know, but to establish, to say you can give evidence, because the clandestine nature of this business is such that people operate subterraneously, you know, underground. So it's hard to tell unless you really catch their hands in a cookie jar.
Okay.
Yeah, and you know, Taylor was sophisticated enough to cover his tracks.
Okay. My last question, you try to give a picture of how innocent people were killed during the war, and you spoke of a Liberian lady who was married to this Nigerian guy, and I think they had 5 or 6 children, and they were allegedly killed by Taylor's fighters.
In my presentation, in the paperwork, or in
Yes.
my oral?
Yes, in the paperwork. Do you remember?
A Liberian lady
who was married to a Nigerian whose husband was seeking her out to be killed, and she was eventually killed, she and her children along with her husband, only because he was a Nigerian. By that time, ECOMOG had come, and Mr. Taylor had stated
I think it happened to a Ghanaian, not a Nigerian.
A Ghanaian.
Yeah, I think it happened to a Ghanaian.
Okay.
Along one of the checkpoints. In fact, there were plenty of things that happened in the Batala area. One time, if you will recall, a Ghanaian went on BBC and said that on Taylor's farm along the way, Taylor's fighters sexually molested him. I know a university professor in Liberia from that Banga end who told me recently when I was going to Cotton to teach the other day that people came with I think a couple of cars. They stopped them on Taylor's farm and they told all the men to get out. They marched the men inside and they had sex with them. They stayed for 1 or 2 hours. They brought them back, put them in the cars. And I think one Ghanaian went on BBC and exposed that. You know, So yeah, it did happen. Because they were even during they brought people out of the Nigerian embassy to kill them. They were going into embassies. When you get to the point where you start going into embassies, I wonder about your political correctness. Because you have embassies in other countries, you wouldn't let anybody to go in your embassy. Those international laws and certain things should be just common sense. You went to the U.S. embassy, you fire at people, you kill, you shot a U.S. When Madison Williams was shot, one U.S. official in that embassy was also shot. They airlifted him and took him to hospital. Now, when dictators are ready to die, why do you want to mess with America? You don't know how powerful these people are. You want to go to the embassy to shoot people? I thought the man was mad. That's the last thing I would ever think about. They have 1 million ways of getting to you. And you shoot in front of the embassy, you're killing people in their compound. I was wondering where this boy was going with this thing. I mean, no matter how I may not like certain country, I would never go to the embassy if I'm in leadership or identify with anybody who goes there to do anything like that. I think the man was out of order completely.
When you try to provide clarification the other day concerning the Coup situation and what happened in the end, you didn't lead us to the end of it. I remember you saying he was put in the
yes,
in
then he
the
took
armor
off.
car. Then he took off.
He took off right in front of the civil administration building. It's a little building with steps right after you cross Benson Street on the left. I think it's now dilapidated somewhat. He ran up and I sent somebody behind him. Then the wounded guys were crying so much I couldn't take their crying anymore. I had to go on Broad Street and forcibly stop a car to put them in to send them to the hospital. I came back, Kwamba was not there anymore. I didn't know where he went.
So,
I didn't see him subsequently.
So what did you hear after? Did he commit suicide before they got to him? Was he captured?
I heard that they captured him in some unfinished house in Pinsville. And Edward Slanger went there, say he was the one that killed the man, but upon my own research, it was not Slanger that killed. It was some junior officer that killed Kwamba. But because Slanger was a big guy, he wanted to claim the glory for killing this big enemy and to do, but I don't think Edward Slanger killed Kwamba. I did my own research among some of the ground people. But if he come and say he killed the man, fine, then I'm lying.
So according to your research, he was captured alive?
Yes.
My last question, since you are a revolutionary, I would like to leave you with a revolutionary question. Mr. Taylor, you spoke of Mr. Taylor not in the most flattery manner. And then you mentioned that from your perspective, you don't think he's a revolutionary, rather he's a man who only came to steal and make money.
Yes, because if Taylor had a sense of history, countries we fought, whose independence Liberia fought for, you cannot use our territory to undo them, to bring violence to them. No. I would never take troops, if I'm in Liberia, go to Sierra Leone, because I believe all of these countries came after us. We worked to make them independent at international, different international fora. Therefore, we should not use our country as the doyen of this continent. We are the oldest. We people should be coming to us for ideas. We should be making peace, not to go attack Sierra Leone, Guinea, Cote d'Ivoire, and all these places. What will you achieve? So you are visiting terror on people who and us have developed strong relationship in the past. And those things are going to linger for a long time to come, and they will affect us as a people. So Taylor was in the wrong course. He had ambitions beyond the territory of Liberia, and that was his problem. If you capture Liberia, turn around, go to the Liberian people, and do what you say you promised to do for them. Don't go catch Freetown. Who are you? Are you some kind of Napoleon Bonaparte trying to just capture the whole area? Then some other people show up too with their own arm, and then you say, oh, I want peace, I want peace. When Taylor is pushed against the wall, he turns to Charles. He suffers from multiple personality disorder. There's so many personalities in a man. The man can speak to you as if he was the most humble person, and at the same time he can press button on you and make fly carry your news. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Witness.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Witness, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
For enduring this long interaction with the Commission. We appreciate that you've accepted our invitation to come and help us understand the past and prepare for tomorrow. We want to go back to the Wylie case. You established a link between the Wylie's case and how in 1979, April 14, the shops and stores of Lebanese were attacked.
By the demonstrators.
The demonstrators,
yes,
were attacked because of the clear link and the issues involved in that case.
Yes.
You didn't elaborate much on the facts, but to the best of my recollection, Wylie was working in this store, and the Lebanese man saw him take a candy. He put the candy in his mouth, and the Lebanese man went to choke him to get the candy out, and he died. And I think in court, the government lost the case against the Lebanese man because there was no proof that the Lebanese man choked him, and instead it was the candy that led to his death.
Yeah, the government lost the case because there was conflict of interest. There was, you and I saying the same thing, the candy went in the man's throat. What are you doing running behind candy in somebody's throat and choking him, he's dying, then you say you didn't kill the man? You know, you choked the man to death. That's it, trying to get one candy. Lebanese man money business so important. You know, that you will choke our citizens to death. Jimmy Pierre's son, James A. Pierre's son, was the lawyer. Probably that's why the government lost the case. Therefore, I mean, it was an outrage to all of us, and we condemned it, you know, and I believe Wylie died. Probably somebody, either the Lebanese or somebody is not telling us something. Why do they choke